as Kamala Harris, the vice president,
We are
holed up in
live
that hotel
early.
room. There's much more,
Donald Trump,
out
when we
and about
stepped out of the plane
on the
here
campaign trail.
The
momentarily.
way it's been described to me is the president
tuned
had a
to
session a
ZhpXnews.
week ago today. They said it went well, very well they did. It's described that here in New York. They had a few sessions over the weekend, but it's not like this standard where you have a stand-in on the other side.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't run it that way, and that's the way he likes it. I'd just like to add one thing to the conversation with Harris and Harold here. The voice of Bernie Sanders rings clearly in my head now, saying that she changed her positions because she has an election to win, and we'll see how convincing she can be against that thought tonight.
Well, the former president may be waiting for us to go to commercial break.
No,
We're trying to wait on him. If you want to come out, Mr. President, we'd love to see you. Give us a wave. Let me just put up this before we do. New Republic, Kamala Harris can't keep running like this. The finally added the issues section to her website. Unfortunately for Harris, its release was undermined by a simple but telling error. The page's source code revealed that parts of the platform were copied directly from Biden's campaign page. Tuesday's debate is the perfect moment for Harris to step out of Biden's shadow. Trump is going to attempt to paint her as a younger female version of the president. Harris can prove Trump wrong by revealing where she differs from Biden. It's a challenge. It's a challenge, Harold, to do that.
Look, I think she will be selective about it and smart about it, and if she's not, she will not gain the benefit she wants from this debate. But Harris, I think you said it so well from the outset. I think it will set the tone. How they interact and how they exchange right away will set the tone for this debate. And whether or not those questions are asked and how she answers them, I think will also be, people will be influenced by whether or not she takes the high road. I hope they both take the high road, because I'd like a substantive debate between the two of them.
We have an historic amount of people who are in debt in this country,
including the country.
I mean, we have a historic, yes, including our own government, if you will, historic. And so if we don't get serious in this moment and figure out who can solve that problem, the problems will continue. She is not an agent of change, but maybe she'll bring something new and fresh. But they've got to reach a point where it's less about each of them and more about the American people.
And there you see the former president.
Boom.
In Philadelphia, coming down the stairs there. He's got a big night ahead, wearing the traditional red tie. He's worn that outfit a couple of times in debates. He's had a lot of debates, if you think about it, Bill, and he's got experience in this moment.
Yeah, just one other thing I would add based on your question a moment ago. About a week ago, there was a Zoom call between the Harris team and the Trump team. And the Harris team pushed the Trump folks hard, 5, 6 times to open the microphones. And the Trump team would not bend on that point. So it's going to be what it is, and the microphones are shut. And I think about the debate in June, and you ask yourself, how much do you remember?
Think about this. This is 75 days
all
ago.
of it.
75 days.
Yeah.
This is how crazy has this race been that we are where we are 75 days later?
Yeah, I get it. I guess the point I'm making is I remember the back and forth about who had a better golf index.
Yeah.
And I remember Trump saying, I don't know what he just said. I don't know if he knows what he said. But after that, the only thing you really remember is CNN lighting this guy on fire on the 91st minute.
Right.
And that was the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. So I just, you watch these things, you let it settle in, let it digest, and ask yourself, how much of the moment do you remember tonight?
All right, as he's taking off from the airport there, we're going to take a quick break. More with the panel after this.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day's start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer.
Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time. And see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
Hi! Need new glasses? Buy one pair, get one free at VisionWorks. How can you see me squinting? I can't, I'm just telling everyone. Hey!
Buy one pair, get one free for back to school. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Negrip, I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more of those baby back ribs?
I want to be a director now. Let's try a scene where you go get your own. And action.
And cut.
A lot of drama on this set.
Action.
And cut.
Maybe I'll just go get wings for everybody.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. But the money I saved, thought I'd get a wax figure myself. Oh, right in the temporal lobe. Beat it, punks! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Meeting with some of the firemen and first responders at the stadium, having some of them open up, and whether they're involved in 9/11 or just anything else, it's a really demanding job, and it can be an emotional one. Whether you lose a dear friend or get seriously hurt, like that's a way different perspective than going 0 for 4. As a player of the Mets, I feel like for me, I have a responsibility to give back to such a strong and gracious community.
Pete, you did it. How much fun was that?
That was a blast. I'm just happy that I could donate 5% of this money to Tunnels to Towers. I mean, I have the utmost respect for the people that put their lives on the line every single day. When we found Tunnels to Towers, it was like, this is perfect. This is authentically New York. It was a no-brainer for us. I came from a military background. Both my grandpas served. I mean, I feel really strongly about people who put their lives on the line every single day. And for me, I think that's kind of overlooked every once in a while. It's something that we all kind of take for granted. Hopefully other people can be inspired to help out.
Our foundation will take this money because of you, Pete, and we can help others to make sure that when they go out and they protect our country or they protect our community, and when they leave their family behind, that we are going to take care of these families. And I thank you for that, and God bless you.
That moment, so incredibly heartfelt and heartwarming, and just seeing the good immediately right away and the impact, that's really important, and I'm so happy to do it. Heroes don't wear capes. Heroes are just regular people that just do incredibly exceptional things. Hey, I'm Pete Alonso. Let's go Mets, and let's help the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Go to T2T.org for more information about how your donation can make a difference.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
All right, one last thought before the debate from the panel. Harold.
The future versus the past. Who dwells on the future will win this debate.
Harris.
Will we learn who Kamala Harris as a president would be? Any more than we know for 3.5 years is what she's been as vice president.
Donald
and other issues.
I apologize. Trying to be quick.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's going to say 3.5 years several times tonight. Why haven't you done it in 3.5 years? For her, I think the moderators, she should get the first question. Why'd you change your mind on so many policies and issues? And that's what tonight is all about.
We will see. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
This august panel. Please stay with Fox for complete coverage of tonight's event. We have you covered throughout the night. Look at this lineup. Former President Trump, by the way, will also be a guest on Fox and Friends tomorrow morning, 6:40 Eastern Time. He'll give you his thoughts about what happened. Remember, if you can't catch us live, set your DVR, 6 p.m. in the East, 3 p.m. on the West Coast. Thanks for inviting us into your home tonight and every night, but especially tonight. This is a special report, fair, balanced, and unafraid. Remember, keep it on Fox all night long. We've got you covered. The Ingram Angle is now.
Good evening, everyone. Big night. I'm Laura Ingram. This is the Ingram Angle from New York City. In just 2 hours, the showdown that everyone's been waiting for. Freedom versus control. Prosperity versus poverty. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. Now, we're going to tell you everything you need to know heading into this debate, including what traps Kamala is going to set, how radical she really is, and what Trump can do to come out on top. My angle in moments. But first, let's go live to Philadelphia, where Fox's ZhpXnews is standing by. Aisha, what do we know about how Trump is preparing for tonight, and how's he feeling?
Laura, good evening to you. We know a lot, actually, from his campaign about how he's feeling and his strategy. But I just want to make a note to viewers that the former president has now landed here in Philadelphia, just got off his plane along with his son, Eric Trump, daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, and as well as his his debate prep coach, Matt Gaetz, from a Florida congressman. I'm told by the campaign that the former president is coming into this cool, calm, collected, and very well read on Vice President Harris's record, especially going all the way back to her San Francisco DA days. Now, that is the strategy tonight for the team Trump, forcing Harris to own every Biden domestic and foreign policy failure over the last 4 years and to really lay out her liberal record. As for the tone, Laura, a campaign official tells me that he's just going to be himself, okay? The question, though, is will he make any personal attacks, especially as he goes up against a minority woman tonight? He's down about 11 points amongst female voters in a recent New York Times Siena poll. So that's the question. His campaign says he's going to stick to the issues. Listen.
Look, of course he can, and he will. And these were the same false narratives that they had during the Joe Biden campaign. Will Donald Trump not talk? Will they just let Joe Biden speak? Listen, the bar for Kamala Harris has been raised. All of the pressure is on her because Donald Trump has conducted north of 35 interviews since she's been the de facto nominee, and she's conducted exactly one.
Now, his other debate coach, Tulsi Gabbard, says that Trump will speak to female voters tonight on that debate stage by talking about what matters most to them. Issues like crime and safety, the economy, childcare, housing. The campaign says if he can recreate his June performance against President Biden, then they will knock this as a success. Now, we are expecting a lot of Trump surrogates here in the spin room tonight. Take a look around me. It is getting a little bit busy here. Already seen some so far. And tonight, we're going to see running mate J.D. Vance in here, as well as RFK Jr., who you know, Laura, is now telling all of his supporters to just vote for Donald Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, it's so exciting. Thank you so much. And now to Fox's senior White House correspondent, Jackie Heinrich, who's been following Kamala Harris. Now, Jackie, I understand the Harris team now has some concern. Is this right about her height? What's going on?
Yeah, you did read that right, Laura. You know, the vice president's team has been doing a couple things to position her well tonight. For one, they got her a shorter podium, so at 5'4", she looks even on the TV split screen with Trump, who is 6'3". They also advocated to have the traveling press pool positioned close enough to the candidates tonight so that they can hear and report on whatever is not picked up on the mics. They are hoping that Trump goes off the rails. They've been trying to get under his skin with billboards, ads, and even former Trump administration officials working as their surrogates here in the spin room to try to make that happen. But beyond the mind games, Harris has focused on how to handle Trump tonight. She's meeting him for the first time. He has an edge over her in debate reps. It's his 7th general election presidential debate, her first. Harris consulted with Trump's former opponents, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, for pointers on how to get that done. She's also spent much of the last 5 days studying Trump's past debates, his positions, and his comments, both in interviews and on social media, so that she can put on her prosecutor hat and try to put him on trial. But we haven't heard anything about how she's going to explain her policy shifts, except this new messaging downplaying the idea that she was ever absolute in her views.
In the Senate, she was a pragmatist. And one of the things I really admired about her the most was her willingness to cross the aisle.
She is pragmatic. It's core to who she is.
Harris's campaign says her current views were shaped by 3 years governing at Joe Biden's side. But after Harris said herself that her values haven't changed, there are questions about the distance between what she's running on now, much of it reportedly ripped directly from Joe Biden's campaign website, and what she truly believes in that she's got to lay out tonight, Laura.
Jackie, thank you so much.
spoke to the vice president. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great, and I'm not going to tell you what advice I gave her.
Oh, please. I hope Kamala Harris follows all the advice Joe Biden, in all of his debate success, gave her. Now, she's got no record to run on. She flip-flops on every position, from plastic straws to fracking, and she is terrible in unscripted moments. So the bar is kind of low. It's set low for her. But that's why maybe she's resorting to stunts before the debate. She's bringing two obscure former Trump administration officials to the debate as her special guests. The mooch, Anthony Scaramucci, who, lasted 10 days before he was canned, and someone named Olivia Troy, a former aide to Vice President Pence, who became, I guess, an MSNBC fixture. I don't even know who she is, and I know most of the people from the administration. But this is just silliness. How many Americans even know how these people are if they don't watch Dancing with the Stars, by the way? Joining us now, Missouri Senator Eric Schmitt. Senator, this is their idea. The New Republic has a big piece. Harris sticks it to Trump by inviting former officials. And I'm thinking, sticking it to Trump is inviting the mooch to the debate? Really? That's it? That's all you got?
It's pretty sad, although the one interview she's done, I guess she had Tim Walz, by her side. So this is her, she's got to step up here. And the bar is pretty high because she's so unavailable and inaccessible. And I think it's interesting, Laura. She says her values haven't changed. What are her values? Well, she supported reparations. She supported defunding the police. She supports defunding ICE. She supports taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries for illegal immigrants. Those are California values, I guess, that I think most of America is going to reject. And all that's going to be on display here tonight.
Well, one thing that is clear is that this turning the page moment is a little difficult when you have to turn the page on your own administration. So if they're asked, do you agree with each other or anything, I really think Trump should say, yeah, I agree with Kamala Harris that we need to turn the page from the Biden-Harris administration, except she's not the one to do it. But that's a very odd kind of mantle to try to grasp when you are, in essence, of course, the incumbent.
That's right. She's the incumbent, and she's had three and a half years to distinguish herself. Of course, she hasn't. But what she did do when she was in the United States Senate, Laura, she was the most liberal senator to the left of Bernie Sanders. That's a fact. As vice president, she was a tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Recovery Act that pumped $1.4 trillion in, which has caused inflation. She's for the EV mandate. She's for the Green New Deal. She's for declaring war on domestic energy production. So you put all those things into play. There's a reason why, Laura, in that most recent New York Times poll, President Trump, by a 2-to-1 margin, is viewed as the change agent, as the disruptor in an election cycle where people want change. So I think he's in a very strong position headed into this debate.
Now, Senator, liberal writer Jonathan Chait wrote that Kamala has to cut ties with Joe Biden tonight, writing in part that she should directly repudiate unpopular Biden positions. There's no rule requiring Harris to own every action Biden's taken. She can even say that she disagreed with him. Now that she's running for his job, she can advocate her own ideas, and Biden is on the whole a liability for Harris, et cetera, et cetera. Is that wise at this point, or does that just come across as desperate?
Well, desperate and sort of flip-flopping, right? And I think that as people want to learn more about her, she's got a real problem here because on the two issues that matter most to people, right, inflation and what it's costing them, I mentioned those votes in the Senate, the tie-breaking votes on both the American Recovery Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, which caused inflation, but also the border's been a disaster. 10 million people here illegally, right? It's a national security risk. Fentanyl flooding into our communities. She was the border czar. She was celebrated as someone who was going to take this on. She can't run away from a problem that she herself helped create.
Now, and she's also was the co-sponsor, was she not, of the Green New Deal?
Yes.
I mean, so, as giant wind turbines are going to be built up and down the eastern seaboard, disrupting marine life, probably killing a lot of whales, and huge boondoggles for those businesses involved, I mean, she's going to stand up and applaud. I mean, nothing against wind power, but when we have cheap natural gas and abundance of fossil fuels, why are they doing that? Well, they're getting a lot of government funds to do that.
Right, and when she actually had to run for president, she was exposed again as a pretty radical California liberal. And she didn't even make it to Iowa, right? So the Democrats didn't even really accept her, even though she ran directly to left. And so now they're sort of putting her in this spot 50 days out. She's going to try to recast herself. But the problem is the tail of the tape exists.
Now, Senator, great to see you as always. Thank you. All right, what to watch for tonight? The traps to avoid, the opportunities to seize. My angle and my advice to former President Trump coming up next.
Only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection. This exclusive technology allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. Police are on their way.
For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response, there's no safe like SimpliSafe.
I try to put my arm around any vet that I can, absolutely. At New Day USA, that's what we're doing. We put our arm around the veterans. When I think of the veteran out there that he needs to refi his home, he may want to purchase, and we can help them and provide that financial solution for them and their families. It's a great, rewarding feeling. Everybody in the company, they have that deference and that respect and that love for the veteran that makes this company so unique.
Work, play, blink, relief. Work, play, blink, relief.
The only 3-in-1 extended relief formula for dry eyes.
Blink.
So what do you think about these?
We like this. Yeah, we love that.
When it's time for an update or complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way.
We're going to take everything down to the
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
Honey, you were right. It turned out amazing.
Of course it did.
Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Let's go walking in the city tonight. I'm feeling heavy and I can't explain how I feel for you. You got me dizzy and I'm feeling blue. Like my fancy shoes, I wore them just for you.
I never expected to find anyone alive.
Just a girl. Just a girl, just a girl.
He learned at an early age how to not feel badly about harming things.
We think that all murderers are like, and they look like a murderer, when in fact, most look nothing of the sort.
They found these Amazon reviews that he had posted, foreshadowing the actual murders he was committing.
It was a way for him to be able to put it out there without putting it out there.
The Amazon Review Killer, only on Fox Nation.
Cerevital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
Cerevital Advanced increases your body's own youth hormone, reduces wrinkles, and promotes weight loss.
I see such a difference in my skin.
I notice fewer wrinkles.
My skin looks healthier. It was easier to get lean.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
It does give me that feeling of just being radiantly alive.
Cerevital Advanced, the #1 anti-aging therapy in America.
Donald Trump live on Fox & Friends, breaking down his first face-off with Kamala Harris, the key moments and next moves in his fight for the White House. It's the interview you can't miss tomorrow.
I told y'all to run that. Come on now.
Hey guys, what are you guys doing? How'd you do that? Looks complicated.
Oh, it ain't that hard. Joe, tell it, man.
It's easy. Pick more or less on at least 2 players, enter your lineup, and lock in for the game.
I could have told you that. I could have told you that. You could have said that, yeah.
Download the PrizePicks app today. Enter $5 and get $50 instantly with code TEAM. PrizePicks. Run your game.
¿Qué color? Perfecto, amigo. Gracias. Thank you. What's wrong, mijo?
Donating to a pet's medical care is one of the many ways you can help families in your community. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
When it comes to disasters and emergencies, it's not a matter of if, but when.
I'm relying on luck, but who knows if it'll be on my side.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Take control at ready.gov/older adults.
Vibes and jibes, that's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, tonight, as we suspected, it's clear that Kamala Harris intends to stress personality and personal jabs over policy and substance. Now, since Pelosi forced Biden out of the race, this has been the Democrat strategy.
If it ends up being a debate purely on him being able to say you wrecked the economy and you wrecked the border, that is not a win for her. It has to be about him behaving badly.
She needs to be joyful. She needs to be energetic. She needs to be, because this is showbiz. This is not a policy debate. It is all showbiz.
Yeah. That's very respectful of women and their intelligence. Look, they've all but conceded that they can't win on the merits, which is why most of the time Kamala sounds more like she's auditioning for the Food Network rather than for the White House. Now, in the first 3 years of the Trump administration, real median household incomes, measured in 2023 dollars, rose $7,690, or 10.5%. These numbers just came out. In the first 3 years of Biden-Harris, however, incomes only rose $1,050, or 1.3%. So the amount of the increase in Trump's first 3 years is over 7 times greater than in the Biden-Harris first 3 years. Now, you're not going to hear any numbers from Kamala Harris tonight. That's my prediction, or very few numbers. Numbers aren't her friend. This is why she doesn't want to talk about the economy or how to fix this mess. Everyone knows, for the most part, they feel poorer. Last year, the median household income was lower than it was in 2019. So only in Kamala world would that qualify as some type of progress. And the Harvard-Harris poll I referenced this last night, it was just released, shows the ugly reality in the crosstabs. Now, one section's titled, "Perceptions Toward the Economy Remain Pessimistic." 63% think we're on the wrong track. 62% say it's weak. And 48% say their financial situation is just getting worse. Well, obviously, there's just no debating the fact that on this most important point to American voters, President Trump has the far better case. And thus, in response, all the vice president can do is showcase her tough girl-tude, throw mud, and repeat long debunked lies about Donald Trump. Stuff about January 6th and Charlottesville. But tonight is the night for Donald Trump to remind people that it doesn't have to be this way anymore. And thinking about this, it's really not that difficult. Just tell the voters that we do not have to live with all of this failure. We can have prosperity. We can have peace again. Look, his team and he did it once before. They can do it again. But she's going to try to deflect from her record and her extreme views. Trump, though, just needs to keep redirecting the conversation and returning to the issues that matter most to people. Don't get sidetracked. Tonight, you're going to likely hear Kamala claim the mantle of sacrifice and accuse Trump, as she did during the DNC, of being self-centered. This is more nonsense. Now, just ignore it if you're Trump. But it got me thinking, what personal sacrifice has Kamala Harris ever made for the country? She was put on a glide path to her positions in California as Attorney General by a powerful political figure, Willie Brown. And after a horrid primary in 2019, she was still made VP. And then, after 3 lousy years as vice president, she was handed the Democrat nomination without a primary after a coup against Joe Biden. And while we're on this issue, by the way, I have covered politics for decades. Yeah, decades. And I have never, and I mean never, seen any candidate fight harder and sacrifice more personally than Donald Trump has done for the privilege of serving the American people. Now, when he started in politics, President Trump vowed to expose and drain the swamp. Oh, and the establishment didn't like that at all. And for that, he incurred the wrath of the deep state, corrupt judges, and the professional political class. Now, before he was nearly assassinated, They surveilled him. They concocted the phony Russian narrative. They damaged his business interests. They harassed his family, his friends, put some of them in jail. It was constant lawfare, and they are still hoping to put him in jail. That's what he sacrificed. And they did this to him because he believes in one thing. This is what we've been debating about for really 9 years, last 9 years. That this government is supposed to be of, by, and for the people. It should not be run into a ditch or a ravine or off a cliff by a cabal of people, you know, the same people who displaced Joe Biden. Many of them are unelected, by the way, who don't care what the voters want. Kamala's team is so checked out on policy, by the way, that when they finally decided to put some policies on our website, they were caught lifting entire sections in the metadata of Biden's old policies from his website and just placing them on hers. Whoops. They give it to some intern? I think it said in the coding, you know, support Joe Biden. It's like, oops, we got to switch that out real fast. And finally, here's my final piece of advice. Donald Trump should do something he didn't do in the last debate. Well, two things, really. Go over and shake Kamala Harris's hand. Call her Vice President Harris or my opponent. I wouldn't call her Kamala or the wrong name. Then actually ask Americans watching for their votes. Ask for their votes. It is a great blessing and a privilege to be president and to run for the presidency. So why not say so? I know he thinks that. And end it by giving everyone hope that together we're going to turn this around. And by the way, turning it around is going to be fun. We're going to have a fun time doing it. Thinking about this and the importance of tonight and what's going to happen on Election Day, this could be the greatest political comeback of all time, both for Trump and for the country. And that's the angle. All right, coming up, we thought we knew just how extreme Kamala was, but a new document reveals it's so much worse, and that's next.
Am I racist?
I would really appreciate it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Can you please leave?
If I'm going to sort this out, I need to go deeper undercover. If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one.
They gonna say I'm racist.
Joining us now is Matt, DEI expert.
What are you doing to decenter your whiteness?
Who's making it the center? Why are they doing that?
So I'll look around the room and point to the most racist person in the room.
I'm out, guys. They gonna say you racist.
Am I racist? Rated PG-13. Buy tickets now.
I'm Dennis Quaid, and I'm asking you to support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, who are paying off the mortgages for fallen first responder and Gold Star families with young children who died in the line of duty. The foundation is also building mortgage-free smart homes for catastrophically injured service members and have recently committed to eradicating veteran homelessness. Hey, Frank, thanks for coming all the way to Nashville.
Nashville is my favorite town.
Thank you so much for lending your time and talent for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
This organization is fantastic. 95 cents of every dollar goes right to where it should.
And we're proud of that because it bears my brother's image and name, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, what he did on September 11, 2001.
Those guys that morning of 9/11, they were running into the building when everybody else was running out. And it's important to honor that.
And you've been part of our Never Forget concert, celebrating the heroes and so many families that were there.
We remember those 2,977 souls that were lost that fateful day.
Our country has always had its spats, has always been like divided, but in times of crisis, we've always come together. And that's what your organization is helping to do. And it'd be great if everybody could get involved. These are people that put it all on the line, gave everything. The nation is obligated to support them. It's just a way of taking care of each other. We need your help. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting T2T.org or calling 1-844-BRAVEST. Thank you.
There are some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings.
Presentation looks great.
Thanks. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices. so you can reach today's financial goals. That one. And look forward to a more confident future.
That is one dynamic duo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Negra, I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more of those baby back ribs?
I want to be a director now. Let's try a scene where you go get your own. And action.
And cut.
A lot of drama on this set.
Action.
And cut.
Maybe I'll just go get wings for everybody.
Maya knows how quality care can bring out a smile. But it's been a few dog years since she was able to enjoy a smile of her own. Good thing Aspen Dental offers affordable, complete care all in one place. And new patients without insurance get $29 exams and x-rays, plus 20% off treatment plans for everyone. Loving our patients unconditionally. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
Come and get your love.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time. And see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Use promo code BIG25 to save. Visit pods.com today.
Dangerous ladders, gutter muck? Ugh, no wonder you hate cleaning your gutters. Good thing there's Leaf Filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends clogs for good.
They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease.
End clogged gutters for good. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com today.
1 second, you feel safe. And then,
The police are on their way.
well, you still do.
Sometimes omega-3 fish oil supplements can be difficult to absorb. I recommend Cunol Advanced Omega-3 with phospholipid-bound omegas for up to 10 times better bioavailability. Cunol Advanced Omega-3, the power of 10x.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
We're just over 90 minutes away from tonight's debate, and one of the major issues that should come up and will come up, I think, if Donald Trump has anything to say about it, is illegal immigration and the havoc that it's wreaked upon America.
Not only was Kayla's life put at risk and taken, so many other children and adults were at risk. The Biden-Harris administration is not putting the American citizen's safety first.
The horrors that my daughter suffered. And it's because of these open borders.
They are nothing but monsters who are predators, and those are the kind of individuals that we so openly let in this country. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
Right. Kamala Harris is supposed to be for women and girls, the inspiration. She's the only one who can fight for them. But those mothers will never be able to hug their daughters again. And it's because of Kamala's pro-illegal alien agenda. And an unearthed document is laying bare the full extent of her open borders extremism. Last night we told you about that 2019 ACLU questionnaire revealing that Kamala supported taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries for migrants. Why not? Claiming it's a, quote, medical necessity. But that barely scratches the surface, because when asked if she'd provide a pathway to citizenship, that's amnesty, for back then it was 11 million illegals, it's double that now, Kamala answered yes. She says she'd even do it through executive action. Okay. And if she'd get rid of, would she get rid of ICE detainers? Of course, another yes. She doesn't want any enforcement of the border. And if that wasn't enough for more illegals to pour across the border, she also answered yes to another question. Will you support the decriminalization at the federal level of all drug possession for personal use? Well, yes, she did. That's great news for the smugglers, funneling everything from marijuana to fentanyl into our country. But what about the victims?
Illicit fentanyl came over the open borders illegally that killed my son. It didn't give him the chance to learn from his mistake. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and every Democrat who supports these open border policies are complicit in the deaths of 300,000 innocent Americans, including my son, Weston.
And she's going to join us tomorrow night, Ms. Funder, whose son, Weston, passed away because of fentanyl. Joining us now, Judge Jeanine Pirro, co-host of The Five. Judge, First of all, it's great to see you, as
Good
always.
to see you.
Great to be on Instagram Live with you a few minutes ago. So Kamala Harris holds herself out as a great champion of women. She's the only candidate, she said, who can stand up for the fundamental freedoms of women. What about the fundamental freedom not to be raped, assaulted, or have your child poisoned by fentanyl? What about that fundamental freedom?
Raped, assaulted, have your child poisoned by fentanyl, or have your child trafficked. You know, it's under the Biden-Harris administration, there are 300,000 kids that are lost. You can bet your bottom dollar, Laura, that those kids are involved in sex trafficking or they're involved in child labor. They've lost these kids. Every mother that you just heard from is suffering a pain that will last forever. Kamala Harris isn't a real prosecutor. She doesn't care about these people. If she were a real prosecutor, she likes to promote herself, she would be fighting for the underdog, fighting for the victims. Instead, she ignores them. She doesn't even mention their names. This is a sad commentary. And every day, more and more of them are allowed into this country. They are unvetted. We're letting more in. Now we're flying them in. We don't even know who they are, and they're killing people.
Right down on Avenue of the Americas, a couple blocks on the way to the studio. Two mothers, two little ones sitting on the street. Obviously, from their sign, didn't look like they were very proficient in English. I mean, were they migrants? I don't know. But I'd not seen many scenes like that just 5 years ago. Not many.
Yeah, no, the city is crowded like that. There is a whole different aura right now in New York City. People are frightened. You've got Trende Aragua. You've got all of these problems. Kamala Harris wants to make 11 million of them. She wants to give them amnesty.
Change the country.
Yeah,
change the country forever.
The country. She doesn't believe. She thinks it's against the law to close the border, and she wants all drugs. You were very right, Laura. All drugs should be decriminalized. She promised in 2019. It's not that long ago that. I think it was 250,000 people. She'll let them out of jail. She made that promise.
That's why I think Trump is so strong when he stands tough on the drug issue, because there's that initiative in Florida coming up to legalize personal possession of marijuana. And I think the Soros people are pouring in $100 million to they're going to make big money. You know, someone's going to make big money on this, right? A lot of kids are going to get turned bipolar and schizophrenic on that, on the bad high THC pot. So Trump, I don't know, he came out and kind of in favor of that. I don't know if that was a policy mistake. That shouldn't be, because he's so good on that issue. And DeSantis and all the moms out there in Florida, they don't want this marijuana legalized in the state of Florida. They
don't. But the truth is, I mean, that there's medical marijuana and there's a lot of gray areas. But look, here's the bottom line. He cares about those mothers. He cares about the victims.
You bet
he wants to stop this. She could care less. She can't even articulate their names. And this is the America that she wants. San Francisco policies in the United States. There's no hope for us with her.
If the country becomes California, and I'm not talking about the beauty of California, I'm talking about Oakland, San Francisco, a lot of L.A., the crime, and even in beautiful San Diego, it's been changed. I mean, I'm a member of the California Bar, I'm proud to say. I thought I would live out there. I love California. It's a different state.
It is a different state. It's not safe anymore. And everybody thinks like she does. They want to eliminate ICE. They want health care for illegals. What is she going to say tonight? Is she going to say, look, I changed my mind. I got smarter in 3 years? No, she's going to go after Donald Trump because
Donald
she
Trump's
wants
mean.
Yeah,
Donald Trump's
a mean guy. Yeah, you don't care about murders, and Donald Trump's mean. I don't think it's going to work, honey.
Yeah, I think the poking and prodding, which they've telegraphed for weeks, because she cannot defend her record. If you ask Kamala Harris, explain how GDP is calculated. Explain for us how do they really determine when a recession is in play? You know, three consecutive quarters.
What is fracking, Kamala? What exactly is it? How does it work?
How do you crack the rock, go down, get the gas, and come up?
You know, this is a woman who, look,
she's not interested in policy. She doesn't care about policy.
3.5 years she was vice. If you or I were the vice president, Laura, we'd be out there fighting for every issue that we cared about. The power that this woman has, and she blew it. She's not interested. She's lazy.
But they knew that she was ineffective, and they understood she was ineffective, and they had pretty much written her off.
Yeah.
But then they realized they couldn't conceal Biden's incompetence any longer. Right. And that speaks volumes about Kamala Harris as well. She knew what was going on at that White House. She knows what's going on right now.
She covered it all up. But you see, she benefited. She didn't get a delegate. She got all the money. She even plagiarized his campaign platform.
Don't you love that? Oh, that metadata.
He plagiarized, and then she plagiarized. I mean, they're a real team.
I mean, they have some like intern go in there and flip the copy into her website. Like, oops, I guess you can't copy and paste what Joe Biden has on his website.
Why is she so afraid to talk? Why does she not want to come out and talk to people? How could 7 weeks went by, she said nothing?
Well, have you ever heard her talk?
Well, yeah, I
that's
heard
why
the
she's not
cackle.
talking. It's not some 3D chess they're playing. When she speaks, it's bad for them. All right, Judge, we could.
Good to see you.
Are we switching?
We're gonna switch?
Okay,
No,
after not right
not
now,
yet.
but
Tomorrow.
Okay. All right, Judge, great to see
Bye.
you. All right, I had Kamala's failed policies on full display in the city where the debate is tonight.
Interest rates are dropping, and at Camping World, RV prices and payments are dropping. To show you just how affordable RVing can be, we're rolling out our all-new RV value menu. For just $4 a day, get into a Coleman travel trailer. Or for just $7 a day, get this Eddie Bauer travel trailer. Need a bigger value? $9 a day gets you a Cougar fifth wheel. Or $18 a day gets you a Coleman motorhome. All value items come with a side of camp chairs and large patio mat. Shop these incredible value menu deals online or at your local Camping World today.
The real estate market might tell you there's no way in. But with the right team on your side, the impossible becomes possible. Like finding the perfect neighborhood for you, or getting a home loan that makes your new life a reality, and acting quickly so you don't miss out. This is the Home Team Advantage, a team of dedicated professionals working together to make your dream home yours. At Realtor.com/hometeam.
I'm Tony Steen, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mishka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their online presence, reach new customers, and increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more than doubled their online sales through management of email marketing, paid search, SEO, and social media. For results-driven digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
This is our land. That's why we don't want the McCoys in here.
Don't never take nothing from a Hatfield.
We're a moonshine family. Hatfields, I'm coming after the moonshine business. My daddy taught me if somebody's hurting you, Nancy, you kill them.
That's a family tradition.
Show them what the Hatfields might up. Come on.
Whoa!
We have to shut them down.
Never let any McCoy outdo me. We'll see what happens in the end.
The Real Hatfields and McCoys, Forever Feuding. A new season, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Check out what's new at Nutrisystem, now with even more ways to lose weight. Get our signature 28-day program with new diets for high protein, balanced nutrition, and women's health. And now you can get access to any amount of meals when you join Club Advantage, created to support your own weight loss approach, including the popular low-carb diet. No matter how you want to lose weight, Nutrisystem has a solution for you. Get today's special offer and see what's new at Nutrisystem. Call or go online right now.
Lumino Whitening Toothpaste gives you 3 benefits in one toothpaste. Healthy enamel, healthy gums, and white teeth. This is my #1 hack for healthier and brighter teeth and gums. Best toothpaste ever. Find Lumino Toothpaste at a Walmart and Target.
CeraVital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
CeraVital Advanced reduces wrinkles and promotes weight loss.
My skin looks healthier.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
Learn more at tryceravital.com.
Donald Trump, Kamala Harris square off for the first time. We'll be in the spin room with analysis and reaction. J.D. Vance, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will join us live tonight on Hannity.
Hank Williams Jr. Are you ready for the contract? Live in concert.
It's a family.
Bocephus Live with special guest Nitty Gritty Dirt Band.
Alabama women.
Saturday, September 14th, T-Mobile Center.
Put it apart and I was born to boogie. All my rowdy friends are coming over tonight.
On sale now at livenation.com. Hank Williams Jr.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-258-4421.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are meeting in Philadelphia tonight for the very first time, and it's a city that in many ways is ground zero for the failures of the Democrat establishment in urban America. Now, we've seen an explosion of drugs, migrants, crime. Just look at these scenes from the city. That is what Biden-Harris policies encourage.
Just imagine sending your son to school and they don't come home from school.
Emily Johnson is numb still over the murder of her son, 16-year-old Kalen Johnson, after which she says his killers taunted her and bragged about it in music they made.
This one crime took 9 people off the street.
Now, you can expect to hear a lot more of that if Harris is elected. Joining me now is Selena Zito, Pennsylvania-based journalist and columnist for the Washington Examiner. Selena, the people of Philly and other urban areas, they've suffered under Democrats for far too long. They keep voting for Democrats, however. But this time you get a sense that things may be shifting in certain demographic groups because of the tenacity with which this inflationary trend has held on to especially blue cities. Tell us what you know.
So, it really makes me sad. Philadelphia is a beautiful city. It's the center of the beginning of our government, right? The Liberty Bell there is there. It's where our Constitution was signed. But the crime rate has been, escalating ever since the beginning of COVID and also with the George Floyd protest. And with that has also come a real sharp spike in fentanyl overdoses. It used to be, it was Appalachian, Pennsylvania, where fentanyl led in overdoses. That is now shifted to Philadelphia. My last visit to Philadelphia unnerved me. I was driving to right past the city building, and I was surrounded by a group of bikers who just circled me several times. It felt like hours. It was probably 2 minutes, but it was just an unnerving experience. And you just have to think about the people who live in the city, who can't move out of the city, who can't get into the suburbs, they can't afford it, and they are forced to reckon with this every day. And they're also forced for their children to have to experience this every day on their way to school.
Well, I'm also looking at these polls, Selena. Very interesting. It's all tied up. Morning Consult poll that just came out, the new one that just came out, Redfield Wilton Strategies, pretty highly respected poll of likely voters, dead heat. Now, you heard the mayor earlier on CNN today, mayor of Philadelphia, obviously a big liberal, big supporter of Kamala Harris. She said everyone's having a party tonight in Philly where there are parties all over the neighborhoods and people are going to come out and people are excited to. But more Republicans are being registered in the state of Pennsylvania than Democrats. Is that correct?
That is true. The Republicans have done a robust registering of new voters. And interestingly enough, last October, Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro instituted an ability that when you sign up for your driver's license and register for your driver's license, you can also register to vote. Boom, within 10 days, 55,000 new Republicans had registered.
Whoops.
And the Republicans in the state house were complaining, oh, this is terrible. They didn't recognize that Republicans get driver's licenses and they want to vote.
Well,
so it was significant.
Yeah, I think, Selena, the Republicans are worried about illegal immigrants somehow getting registered and voting. But that number of Republican registrations, that could tell the tale. And I know we'll get back to you later in the week about Erie, Pennsylvania, because interesting things happening there. Selena, thank you very much. All right, let's go live now to the spin room where Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton is a surrogate for Donald Trump tonight. Senator, have you spoken to him today, and how's he feeling?
Hey, Laura, good to be on with you here from Philadelphia. I spoke with President Trump just a few hours ago. He's feeling great. He's looking forward to tonight's debate. He's looking forward to exposing Kamala Harris's record as a dangerous San Francisco liberal. You know, since she became the presidential nominee, she's only had one interview when she had her emotional support vice presidential nominee there with her. She hasn't answered questions about all of her radical positions in the past. We saw another one just surface yesterday that she wants to use taxpayer dollars to pay for gender transition surgery for illegal aliens held in detention, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
In addition to decriminalizing all drugs.
Yeah.
Look, we've known Kamala Harris is a San Francisco liberal from the very beginning. She's not flip-flopping. She's not moderating. She's lying to the American people to try to get through this election. President Trump will expose those lies tonight.
Some interesting points in some of the recent polls that came out, and topics that we don't necessarily discuss that much because they're not in the top 3 of concerns for voters. But the point about Americans tonight still being held in Gaza. And what has Kamala Harris done as vice president to gain their release, except, you know, around the edges, at the very least, make it more difficult for Israel to prosecute its campaign in war against Gaza until they release those hostages? But we have Americans in harm's way right now there.
We do. She's done nothing. In fact, she's made it harder, Laura, as you say, to get these hostages because she and Joe Biden have put more pressure on Israel at every turn than they have on Hamas and its patrons in Iran. Rather than trying to restrain Israel, we should have let Israel win from the very beginning. Not only would this war be over, but the hostages would almost certainly have been rescued or released by now. So what we need to do is back Israel to the hilt, make it clear to Hamas that we want our hostages back, and if we don't get them back, there's going to be hell to pay. Donald Trump made that clear to our enemies in the past.
Yeah, weakness and a lack of strength and resolve breeds real trouble around the world for America. Senator, great to see you as always. Thank you. All right, what to expect during tonight's big showdown next.
The people have voted. Reagan is ahead.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Audiences give it a 98%.
You know what you have to do.
And an A cinema score.
There's nothing a retired governor can do. But a president, now he can do a thing or two.
Reagan. See it now in theaters. Rated PG-13. May not be suitable for children under 13.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home. Powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
I was scared when I was told age-related macular degeneration could jeopardize my vision. It was hard, but taking PreserVision was easy.
PreserVision has the exact clinically proven AREDS 2 formula recommended by the NEI.
I'm taking control like millions of others.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations. You have a beautiful soul, Cynthia.
Finance the smile you want for as low as $148 a month per arch. Schedule a free consultation.
Love, love, love this stuff. I was completely amazed and so grateful. Something finally worked. Now we both use Blue Emu whenever we need relief.
Super Beets, America's original and #1 selling beet brand for heart health support, is now available at Walmart. More cardiologists recommend Super Beets for heart health support than any other beet brand. So head to Walmart and try Super Beets Heart Chews today.
At a time when big tech is suppressing free speech, there's a place where your voice matters. A place where freedom of expression is cherished and the love of our great country unites us. Welcome to Truth Social. Here, you're not just another user. You're part of a movement that embraces freedom and celebrates the American way of life. Join a platform that passionately defends our great nation while delivering breaking news, discussion, and original content. Because here at Truth Social, we believe in the power of our voices, the strength of our unity, and the promise of our country's future. Americans don't surrender to fate. We seize our destiny. The future is ours. The future belongs to all of you. Join the conversation. Join the movement. Join Truth Social, where freedom lives.
I'm so happy. I just put this dress on that I haven't worn in over 10 years.
Why are women everywhere choosing Sonobello, the advanced solution for permanent fat removal?
I just this morning made a new hole in my belt, so that was super exciting.
I saw the results immediately. It's the best I have felt since I was in my 20s.
For a limited time, take advantage of Sonobello's best offer of the year.
It will change your life. It did for me.
Call now or go to sonobello.com.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun.
Sandals Jamaica sale is now on. Visit sandals.com or call 1-800-SANDALS.
Tracking Francine.
Storm surge, the warnings are up.
As the powerful storm heads up the Gulf Coast, what can the region expect and how are residents preparing? Fox Weather is on the ground with up-to-the-minute reports. Stay with us for continuing coverage.
We're just over 1 hour away from Kamala Harris and Donald Trump facing off for the very first time in a debate. Joining us now, our all-star panel. What other kind of star would it be? Charlie Hurt, Washington Times opinion editor, Raymond Arroyo, both Fox News contributors. Also with me, Lee Zeldin, former New York congressman. Charlie, your prediction tonight.
Well, I think that if she comes out and does anything other than fall down and throw up on herself, everybody's going to say she had a really great night, because I think that they have succeeded at sort of lowering the expectations for her. But the problem for her is going to be that whatever she says, because she refuses to do any interviews, refuses to state her position, her current position on anything, whatever it is that she says is going to make enough news that people can compare what she's saying tonight to everything she's ever said on all these issues in the past, and it's going to conflict. And it's going to be a turnaround, and she's not going to explain why she's flip-flopping. And so I think that's going to be, even if she succeeds at not screwing up really badly, that's going to be what hurts her in the long run.
I mean, I agree. And Raymond, I think if we can predict anything, it will be that whatever happens, the media will declare Kamala Harris the triumphant winner after tonight's debate.
She comes in at a huge disadvantage, Laura. The woman hasn't done a debate in 4 years, and she's only really done one. And picking up on what Charlie said, when you don't talk to the media, when you only give addresses off a teleprompter, you diminish your comfort in front of a crowd and your ability to convey and communicate your agenda clearly and to that undecided bloc. Look, Laura, this is really about suburban women, the African-American votes, Hispanic voters, the people who are still deciding which way to go. Most of this electorate has already decided. But for Kamala Harris, this is like being booked at Madison Square Garden, having never played a bar or a small theater. This is a rough stage for her. Yeah. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is the master at this. He knows where every camera angle is. He uses his face, his body. Watch the difference tonight. If he controls himself and conveys his message, I think he'll walk away with this.
And Trump will be on Fox and Friends tomorrow morning, everyone, to follow up what happens tonight. Now, even CNN, Lee, admitted that there was a daunting reality for Kamala Harris.
The real question tonight is, can Kamala Harris seize this opportunity, seize the spotlight, put to rest fears that they may have about her, because the bottom line is undecided voters have already made up their mind about Donald Trump. They're waiting to make up their mind about Kamala Harris, and how they do so can make all the difference in the world at the end of the day come November.
Lee, she's apparently going to turn the page from her own administration and talk about how she, after 3 years of being on the scene, is the change agent we've been waiting for.
And you can't do it because she's the one who flew Air Force Two to get to this debate. She's the sitting vice president, is the Biden-Harris agenda, and she can't run away from that. I think that this is, as Raymond pointed to, a battle for that undecided vote, and everyone should go back and listen to that angle of yours from the top of today's show. Ultimately, there are people tuning in who have not made their minds up yet. They care about the economy, our border, crime, energy policy, foreign policy. On the issues President Trump is on the right side of, he should just outline the contrast, define Kamala Harris for who she is, define himself for who he is, and hit those issues hard.
Now, Charlie, another point which I've heard raised, it's not a bad one, I think, is that, you know, some women may be out there and maybe some undecideds, they just want one reason, maybe one more reason to reconsider what they might think about Donald Trump. They like his policies, maybe they don't like him that much. Maybe a moment of reflection or humility on the part of Trump. That's not really his style. But that could be a powerful close for him. It's a great privilege and a blessing to have been your president, and I would like to earn your vote once again. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that would be wise, and I would not be surprised if we didn't actually hear something like that. But, you know, the problem for Donald Trump, and you and I have talked about this a lot, the problem for Donald Trump is he has to do the work of the media because the media doesn't hold any of his opponents accountable for anything. And, you know, so an important point you made at the top of the show, talking about how she's going to try to do a retread of this thing about selfless sacrifice that she has devoted her life to. And it's important for, and if Donald Trump has to point it out, he'll be the one to point it out, and that's fine. But, you know, the idea that she's devoted her entire life to getting herself elected, saying whatever she has to say to whoever she has to say in order to get elected, that's not selfless sacrifice. That is feathering your own nest. That is the most selfish thing you can possibly do. But I'm afraid the media is not going to point that out about her, and it will be left to Donald Trump. And you have to kind of be kind of a jerk to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll fact check him probably, but not so much her. And one of the arguments, Raymond, they're making is that, and we don't have to play the soundbite, but that her change on these fundamental issues is just part of her natural evolution. Do women and men buy that who are on the fence?
I rather doubt it, Laura. But look, people are just focusing now. The frightening thing for all of us, we're 75 days away from an election, but early voting starts in days, Laura. That's the frightening thing. So a lot of people will be watching and tuning in for the first time to these two contenders, and some of them will be making their decision. For Kamala Harris, though, the New York Times ran a piece talking to some of her surrogates saying she is not following the Clinton plan, which was paint Donald Trump as a racist and a misogynist.
Well, that didn't work.
I think that, but I don't believe that for a second, Laura. Otherwise, she's left, you know, defending the Biden record and giving her braised chicken recipe. She's not going to do that. But Trump should say, look, we've been hearing this for years. They're coming after me. They're coming after you. Lawfare doesn't work. And I'm still here fighting for you.
I think, Lee, especially women, like to hear about home and homeland. Those words are powerful for moms and for daughters. Homeland, home, safety, security, and it's going to be okay. I think the country wants to be reassured tonight that things are going to get better, less chaotic. Trump has worked with so many Democrats over his career, and I think they like to hear that. It gives people a sense of calm, and I think maybe we all need that.
Our nation is at a crossroads. We know how bad it would be if Kamala Harris became president for 4 years. But as you pointed out in your angle, it's important for President Trump to talk about that positive, uplifting vision for America if he has the opportunity to serve for 4 more years.
Yeah, 56 days out of this election, my friends. This has been a wild ride. Do you agree, Charlie Hurt, very quickly, that the media, no matter what happens, declares Kamala Harris the presumptive winner of the debate?
Oh, without a doubt. But luckily, I think a lot of independent voters aren't listening to the media anymore.
Yeah, well, they've hurt their credibility. Raymond, Charlie, and Lee, all of you, thank you so much. All right, that's it for all of us tonight. However, I'll be back for the coverage of the debate. I'll be on the panel. You can even watch during entire showdown right here on Fox. So stay with us all night long. You'll see coverage here you won't see anywhere else. Remember, it's America now and forever. Jesse Waters takes it from here. See you soon.
The stage is set, and we're less than an hour away from Trump and Harris taking the stage for their first and probably only presidential debate, and you can watch it here on Fox. The two candidates will duke it out for 90 minutes, no opening statements, no cheat sheets, no audience, 2 commercial breaks, and the mics will be muted when the other one's talking. The podiums will be different sizes. Kamala will be standing behind a shorter podium. A Trump official says it looks like the kids' table at Thanksgiving. This is the former president's 7th presidential debate, but for Harris, it'll be her first, and she's under tremendous pressure. Trump's the betting favorite to win the election, and for the first time since Biden dropped out, Kamala will be all alone. No running mate, no teleprompters, against an unpredictable former president and veteran TV star who she's never been in the same room with. With 2 months until the election, this is Kamala's one shot to make it happen. And we're hearing she's nervous. She spent the last week cramming at debate camp, buried inside of briefing books with her counselors feeding her zingers. But Trump isn't underestimating her. His campaign tells Primetime that the former president has been training like Rocky. He's totally dialed in, more focused than ever, and is walking in tonight calm, cool, and collected. The goal for Trump is to make Harris defend her record, tie her to Biden, and tag her as the status quo. She's just more of the same people who ran Biden, they're going to be running her, except she'll be more radical. Trump will be showcasing Kamala's record to the nation tonight. A senior advisor to the campaign says she will not be able to escape from it. By the end of the debate, everybody will know her record. Trump's going to treat Kamala like an equal and not treat her any differently just because she's a woman. His aim isn't to attack her, but her policies, which are dangerously liberal, weak, failed, and extreme. A source tells Primetime that Kamala's support for taxpayer-funded sex changes for illegals may very well come up tonight. And don't expect Harris to play nice. She's got nothing to lose. The strategy of both candidates is to keep the other candidate on defense. Kamala will largely avoid policy and provoke Trump with carefully crafted sucker punches. And when she's on offense, she's winning. If she's on defense the whole night, she's toast. And since there won't be any more debates, she'll be vicious. Don't expect her to take any responsibility. Harris will say all of Biden administration's failures are Trump's fault. Afghanistan, his fault. Border, his fault. Inflation, his fault. Biden-Harris had nothing to do with it. And everything good that Biden did, she'll say, yeah, that was all me. As Trump continues to hammer her over the last 4 years, look for Kamala to turn to the camera and say, you maybe think you're debating Joe Biden, but I'm not Joe Biden, and create distance from her boss and their record. Now, if Kamala is defined as a Joe Biden Democrat, she loses. Kamala's goal tonight is to persuade the American people that she represents change and that Trump represents the past. Again, Trump's got the same strategy. Trump needs to convince the American people to go back to the future, meaning hire me back and I'll guarantee you a better future. It'll be difficult for Kamala Harris to claim she represents change, though, when on the eve of this debate, she was just caught copying and pasting Biden's policies onto her website. She finally put policies on her website, and she plagiarized them from Biden. That's not change. This is a lady who lied about her past, is secretive, dependent on the machine, and has gone into hiding because she's too insecure to face scrutiny, and her policies are so progressive that she's unelectable. But not everybody knows who Kamala is, so she'll chew up talk time this evening, presenting her biography and avoiding accountability. This debate's completely unpredictable. We know Kamala's looking to throw a punch, but can she take one? Can she speak without a script? We know Trump can be presidential, but also self-destructive. The country knows Trump, but it doesn't know Kamala yet. And how will ABC moderators be? This is a news broadcast that doesn't give 45 a fair shot and has promoted Harris with completely positive coverage. Will moderators be fact-checking Trump? We'll see. But tangling with the moderators could help the former president because no one really likes the media, except me. We like to see them counterpunched, and this would just prove the game's rigged, which Trump can exploit. Because he's not just running against Kamala, he's running against the machine behind her. Donald Trump doesn't have to be your Valentine. No one's asking you to fall in love. He's asking for another 4 years. His last 4 years, he's termed out. His mission is to restore the American dream, which over the last 4 years has been pushed out of reach for half the country. Kamala just has to show the country she can play in the same league as Trump, give it as good as she gets it, embrace Biden while distancing herself from him, and then quickly pivot away from her record to what a future would look like under her. She has the bigger challenge this evening, and she's going in cold with one interview in over 50 days. And if she doesn't deliver, the Democrats are stuck with her. It's too late for another coup. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders joins me now. So it's different, Governor, because she's a woman. She's not Joe Biden. She's the VP. She doesn't have full control over the administration. How will Trump face off against Kamala Harris, which became this new fresh candidate just in like the last month and a half?
You know, Jesse, you made a great point earlier. She's not Joe Biden, but she does still have to be responsible for all of the failures of this administration. Not only that, she is literally taking the same page out of his playbook and trying to use it and fool the American people. But they're too smart to fall for the ridiculousness and think that she is anything other than a far left radical. In fact, I would go as far as to say she's infinitely worse than Joe Biden. She is the most radical nominee that the Democrat Party has ever put up. And the people are way too smart to buy into anything she's going to try to sell tonight. After today, I will now have done 2 interviews, which is twice as many as she has done as the Democrat nominee for president. She cannot, I think, show anything other than failure that they have been responsible for over the last several years. And Donald Trump is no rookie. He is somebody who is seasoned. This is his Super Bowl. This is something he is very comfortable, a setting that he undoubtedly will step into prepared, because he does interviews all day, every day. He's not afraid to take tough questions, and he knows that he has a much better story, and he's right on the policy. She doesn't have any of those things. That's why she's been hunkered down, studying for the last week, trying to prepare for it.
When you were White House press secretary, you were very good at your job. You never really got frazzled. You kept your composure. And you really engaged pretty sometimes aggressively with these reporters who were very hostile. What does it take to be able to do that? I know the press briefing room's not the same as a presidential debate, but what does it take?
You know, one of the most important things is that people would ask all the time, how do you prepare for a briefing? I'd say every day is part of preparation, because you're always learning, you're always taking questions, you're always engaging. She hasn't been doing that the same way that Donald Trump has. That's why he's going to come in game time ready. That's why she's had to do this crash course, because she is not used to taking hard questions and being held accountable for anything. I think tonight is the biggest challenge for her, is answering hard questions, something that she does not have experience with. On a stage with, there's probably no person on the face of the planet that has more experience taking hard questions. But also, you have 2 people with incredibly different records. You have one that has 4 years of success, 4 years of strength to come to the table. And then you have another person who comes from a total position of weakness and complete and abysmal failure over the last 4 years. And so the contrast couldn't be more clear. It's going to be a huge and big night for Donald Trump.
All right, we'll see what happens. Just about how much time left? 50 minutes? It's getting close. Governor Sanders, thank you so much. Let's bring in nationally syndicated radio host Dana Lash and John Roberts, co-anchor of America Reports. All right, Dana, we're setting the bar low. I think realistically, just because Kamala Harris has never done a presidential debate, she's been cramming, she's been memorizing a lot of the policies, they've been training her on what to say. What if she comes out fresh? What if she comes out and uncorks a few haymakers and performs better than anybody expects? What's next?
I don't believe that's going to happen, Jesse. I really don't, because it's Kamala Harris. I mean, that's kind of her record. Two quick things, and I think that the governor made a really good point on one of them, that Kamala Harris hasn't done a lot of discussion, hasn't done a lot of press interviews. That's where you kind of hone your skills if you're a politician. You don't walk in cold on a debate stage having never been in front of anybody hostile or anyone that is opposing you ideologically, and have to think on your feet very quickly and have to come up with very, concise answers and speak, briefly in a setting like that. She's not used to that because she's never put herself through the grinder of doing, press scrums or press conferences. Trump has. And I also think that Trump actually does better when he's in a hostile environment. When he is in a press environment where he's speaking with people that he knows agree with him, he relaxes, he kind of goes on, he goes off message. But when he knows that he's speaking to hostiles, he's very disciplined, he's very concise, and it's a different Trump. And I think that that's what we're going to see tonight. I think that as long as he doesn't take any bait and he brings everything back to the economy and the border, she has nowhere to go. And one last quick point. He needs to make this about Kamala versus Kamala, not Kamala versus Trump, because she's running against herself, and that's where the real battle is on the left.
John, Dana makes such a good point that this format demands she be concise with her answers. You have 2 minutes. Sometimes the retort's just a minute. She's not used to that environment. She's used to kind of friendly things where there's no time limit and she can wander around and then land somewhere. This is going to demand incredible discipline, and for her to just pick up the speed with which she delivers her message. Have you ever seen her covering her capable of doing that?
I have not in a big debate format. Remember back in 2020, October 6th, when she debated Mike Pence, the big moments from that debate were when she stopped him after he interrupted and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking." She's likely not going to have a chance to do that tonight because of the closed microphones. The closed microphones may also be a little bit of impulse control for Donald Trump. Where does he get in trouble in debates? With a hot mic where he blurts out something in response to the punch that he's just taken. But if the microphones are closed, he has a beat or two to think about it before he responds. What'll be interesting to see, and I agree with Dana and the governor, that, every day you're out there honing your skills. We do it on a day-to-day basis. If we take a long weekend, you got to retrain us. And for her, it's like being a piano player or a golfer or a basketball player. If you haven't played piano or golf or basketball in 4 years, you still know how to play the game, but you're not going to be hitting birdies, you're not going to be hitting threes, and you'll probably miss a few notes. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been out there playing every day and, getting that real back and forth with taking a lot of questions from the press as well. It's that thrust and parry that he is used to. She hasn't had to face that, so she's going to be coming in somewhat rusty, I think, tonight.
Yeah, if you've ever seen The Five after a long weekend, I think everybody knows what Russ looks like. John, Dana, thank you.
Hey, if you've ever seen my show after a long weekend, same thing.
All right. Fox News contributor and chairman of the Harris poll, Mark Penn, joins us now. So, Mark, these numbers have tightened. Harris had a nice bounce after she came in. Now this thing is like this. The battlegrounds look favorable to Donald Trump. What has changed and why have things changed on the eve of this probably only debate?
Well, I think both bases of both parties have galvanized around their clients. Our poll, we're the Harris poll, but not Harris's poll, is 50-50. And if you look at it, I think, the atmospherics underneath the poll are good for Trump. Almost 2/3 are unhappy with the economy and the direction of the country. Only 42% think Joe Biden has done a good job. Trump leads on major issues of economy, inflation, crime, but he has not been able to deliver a knockout punch here against somebody who has risen to really re-galvanize particularly black voters. Trump is doing very well with Latino voters. And this debate, it's going to be very interesting to see. Does Harris go out there and say, I want to get those swing voters, and I'm going to seem very statesmanlike and moderate, or do I want to rev up my base, in which case I am just going to swing at Donald Trump?
And that's what's so unpredictable. We have no idea what's going to happen. When you debate someone that's fresh, that's new, that's a female, if you're Donald Trump, do you do anything differently in terms of maybe helping yourself with women, or maybe just driving up the male vote? How is that working out?
Well, I do think you never want to come off as the overbearing personality when there already is a pretty strong gender gap. You want to seem strong, stable, statesmanlike, able to handle those conflicts against Russia and the Mideast, but not lose your cool in a way that turns off women. And I think, obviously, that's what the Harris campaign wants to see out of Trump. Trump already knows that everybody has told him not to do that, but he has a habit of doing it anyway. We will see.
And what are the risks for Kamala Harris? Who could she turn off if she gets either too aggressive or just sits there and acts presidential?
Well, look, she has two ways to win. I think being able to explain a set of coherent policies on inflation, on the border, or just go out there swinging. The Democratic base will love her just drawing blood on threat to democracy, on felon, on all of that stuff. And 50-50, that's the choice. The real threat, I think, to Harris is in that ACLU questionnaire. She is in writing and on tape with some incredible policy proposals that are completely rejected by the American public. And if Trump can trap her in those, he is going to win the debate.
All right. She could also just say, hey, you're lying. He always lies, you're lying. And then everybody in the audience thinks he's lying, but he's really telling the truth. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. We have about 40 minutes to go. Mark Penn, thank you for coming on Jesse Watters Primetime. Let's bring in Trump's senior advisor, Alina Habba. Alina, you spent some time with the former president today. How is the mood?
He's great. He's great. He's ready to roll. He's like Rocky. He just gets focused. He knows his policies are going to win. He knows he's not trying to get taxpayer dollars to pay for transgender illegal immigrants to get transitioned in cells. So, I mean, when you have issues like that, fentanyl crisis, and her saying she wants to make it legal, it's pretty easy to debate somebody like Kamala.
All right. So he's going to say you want breast implants for illegal aliens. You want to legalize fentanyl. You want to get rid of the internal combustion engine. You want to abolish ICE. I mean, it's a very long laundry list of just crazy, dangerous stuff that she said. Can you see her wiggling out of that?
No, not with President Trump. I mean, the reality is the border crisis has created 60% more rapes of women. We have 325,000 children who are lost from their families as a result of her actions. She's going to act like she's a lawyer, but as a lawyer, I can say what she's done to the city is an absolute disgrace. She can't get away from her last 3.5 years, Jesse, and that's the truth. We have the privilege of knowing what she is and can do because she's still sitting there, and what President Trump did.
What she's like everybody else is.
So what do you want, America? You want the last 3.5 years, or you want the prior 4? I think the answer is pretty clear. So all he's got to do is just let her speak.
So if he makes this about change, I'm the guy who's going to bring change. You saw how I brought change last time. You lived a good life. You had more money. You had safety. You could afford to buy a house. This woman here, she represents the status quo. The last 4 years, don't let her try to sell you a bill of goods. She'll promise this and not deliver. If she could have delivered, she would have done it. That's all it really takes. Is that mainly the theme going in?
No, that's not just it, Jesse. Let's not forget that it's not just change. It's that she wants some changes, but the changes she wants are far more radical left than anybody in this country has ever seen before. To tell people that you can't have guns, to tell people that your taxpayer dollars are going to pay for things and allow children to get, she's got 65 people sitting right now with her that believe that children's parents don't have to know whether their children want to transition. Those are changes. Yeah. That's not status quo. And those are worse changes. Those are radical left changes.
All right. Yeah. Well, I think at the end of the night, everybody will know what Kamala stands for. Alina Habba, thank you so much.
I think so.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Stay tuned for Fox's special coverage of the ABC presidential debate, which can be seen on Fox News. Mostly Fox News, you can see that. And I'm going to run over to the other table and you can see more of me now and then after the debate. Have a great night, everybody. It's going to be a big one.
We are awaiting history. With just 8 weeks until Americans cast their votes, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are about to come face to face for the very first time tonight. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer.
And I'm Martha McCallum. This is a moment we could not have predicted just a few short weeks ago, and the stakes could not be higher for these two candidates tonight. The ABC News presidential debate is now just moments away. We will see it live from beginning to end right here on Fox.
A showdown between Vice President Harris and President Trump seemed unimaginable just 2 months ago. President Joe Biden was at the top of the Democratic ticket. His stunning debate performance, we saw it here, changed the trajectory of this race.
And it has been a roller coaster ever since.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
There was a slow start, but it was a strong finish.
A campaign years in the making, thrown into disarray.
If the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
As the calls to step aside grew louder, Biden persisted.
I'm determined on running.
In a season of political surprises came unforeseen chaos.
Tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Breaking news right now on Twitter. President Biden is saying that he will step aside as a candidate.
It is my great honor to have Joe Biden's endorsement in this race.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Tonight, for the first time, these two candidates will battle it out to win your vote.
The two nominees about to speak directly to voters and pitch themselves as the best person to try to run this country. We have a full house with us tonight in New York. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr.,
Laura Ingraham and Jesse Waters, and senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich kicks us off. She is there at the site in the spin room where there's a lot of excitement right now. Hi, Jackie.
Good evening to you, Martha and Brett. The vice president has been studying President Trump's past debates, his comments, his policies. She wants tonight to feel predictable. Democrats see this as an opportunity to show that if she can handle Trump, she can handle someone like Vladimir Putin, and she can handle the job of being president. She had to, though, scrap plans to direct questions at Trump and put her prosecutor hat on when they lost the bid to keep the microphones on. Instead, they're going to have the traveling press positioned close enough that they can hear what's being said that might not be picked up on those microphones, and hopefully have the press write about it. It's unclear, though, how she's going to explain her shifts away from her more progressive views of the past and try to convince persuadable voters that she's a safe bet for a moderate. They've been deploying Republican endorsements and former Trump administration officials as surrogates bidding for her here in the spin room. And tonight she will also try to frame herself both as an agent of change and a new way forward, while distancing herself from this administration's biggest challenges like inflation and the border. Her campaign basically being pretty tight-lipped about how she sees tonight as going, except for saying that she is ready and that she is going to take Trump on tonight face first, guys.
All right, let's bring in our panel.
Let's bring in our panel. Jackie, thank you. Our in-studio panel. Britt Hume, this is a big night. I mean, usually you say debates maybe don't move the needle that much in the big picture. This one seems like it's bigger.
Yeah, and it isn't a night where I think people are going to change their minds about Donald Trump. Very few people lack opinions of Donald Trump. They've had them, and they've probably had them for some time. They're not likely to change. It's all really about her, I think, Brett and Martha. I think she's the one who's got to explain herself on a number of scores. She's the one who's got to introduce herself to people as someone with substantive knowledge of issues and positions on them, some of which have changed rather dramatically in recent times. So she's got work to do here tonight. That doesn't mean she won't win the debate, but it means that she has, I think, a somewhat more daunting task than he faces.
Laura, no doubt, you know, when I watched a number of interviews today with her surrogates, they talk about how unhinged Trump is and how he's done this so many times before, what a threat he is to the country. She's got to try to get him to show that at some point, whether or not she succeeds.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a hard balance, I think, she has to take here because she wants to turn the page. She said she's the most logical change agent as an incumbent. That's kind of hard to do. But I think on the getting under his skin point, that's really her only card to play, I believe, because that's been their whole argument, that, you know, he's this and he's that, he's a tyrant, he's Hitler. So when you say that, and you lay that predicate, and if he comes out and he basically says, look, I've done this before, I'll do it again, I'll turn the economy around, we'll have a lot of fun doing it. I know some of you don't like me that much, but guess what? I have your interests first, and they'll always be first. If he can manage to keep that overall tone, I think it's going to be hard for her to turn the page to a new change era when she's basically the incumbent.
Harold, President Biden was asked about conversations today that he may have had with the vice president. He answered reporters. Take a listen.
I spoke to the vice president. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great, and I'm not going to tell you what advice I gave.
It didn't say what his advice was, but it is so stunning, and you saw that timeline piece. 75 days ago, we were on this set watching him come out for that first debate, and the entire race changed. Now the onus is on her.
Good to be with you. It seems a couple things to that point. A lot of people are going to watch tonight. A lot of people don't know Kamala Harris. We are invested in it, as we should be. We talk a lot about her in this political race and what she's done over the last 3.5 years. But most people know her as vice president and know a caricature of her. So I think for her, the biggest test tonight is to convey leadership, calmness. If I were her, I wouldn't litigate every back and forth between the president if he chooses to be that way. And I think he's going to be good tonight himself as well. But if indeed he gets rattled by her, it would be in her best interest not to get rattled back. Two, we talked about it this morning. Change is the issue. Every presidential race is a race at who can be the best change candidate. So to your point, Laura, can she do that tonight? Can she explain the shifts in positions? That's going to be her second big test. And if she passes that, she'll be off to a good start here in these last 60 days, because this race has still got a long, long way to go.
Yeah, 8 weeks. Maybe that's a long time. I mean, we've seen how quickly things happen in that opening piece, Dana. But Harold just touched on something that's really important tonight for Kamala Harris, and that's to explain how she got from Medicare for all and some of these more extreme takes that she took. This ACLU questionnaire had some pretty wild stuff in it, to where she is now tonight.
And so you wonder how the moderators are going to press her on that, right? Because of the mics are muted when the other person isn't speaking. So the moderators play a role here of saying, okay, but why did you flip-flop on this? Why did you change your position on that? And I agree that you've had these election-altering events, like the candidate dropping out of the race, and it hasn't really altered the election. We are back to status quo ante. And I think both of them needs to figure out a way to talk to the small sliver of the electorate that is undecided, but also to reassure their base. I think Harris has the most to lose and possibly the most to gain. If you've seen ups and downs in this election, it's all been from the Democratic side. President Trump has his numbers pretty locked in, but the Democrats are saying our enthusiasm is not guaranteed. The last thing I would say is I think both of them need to have some sort of a phrase like Ronald Reagan had, which was, there he goes again, or there she goes again, something that means that you don't have to prosecute every single thing that the other person said and be the live fact checker, but lets the audience know this person is not telling the truth, and we'll get back to you later on what it is.
Jesse, what are you looking for tonight? Obviously, Vice President Harris has kind of been holed up practicing, and it's likely going to be a different practice than we saw with President Biden before that last debate.
We were on set, all of us, the last time there was going to be a big debate, and you asked me to predict what was going to happen. And right before the debate, I said, I don't think this debate's going to change much.
Thanks for playing.
So I don't know if you really want to hear what I have to say.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot.
This is going to be so unpredictable because both of these people can self-destruct. We've seen Trump blow himself up. You've seen Kamala blow herself up and just wander around and search for things to say and maybe land it. Now she has a concise time limit to see if she can make the case. She's never been in that format before. And we don't know if the moderators are going to interfere. Are they going to fact check Trump live? Is he going to engage with the moderators? Who knows? But if he keeps her on the defensive, he wins. If she keeps him on the defensive, she wins. So that's what it's going to be. Who's more reasonable and who's more disciplined, and whether he can make her eat her record. Sex change surgeries for migrants, Brett. If you had said 10 years ago the Democrat nominee would support that, I would have said you were cuckoo. It's here.
Britt, you know what's interesting is that this race is so close. Former President Trump is doing a lot better than he did in 2016 or 2020 at this point. This debate is in Pennsylvania, which is the swingiest of swing states. Right. It doesn't get closer than this.
I think it would be discouraging to the Democrats that Trump is standing with the public is better than it was in 2020. And indeed, for much of 2016. So he's, and that's on that count, which matters. He looks pretty good. Otherwise, but the polling does not really show that. It just shows a tight race, which we've all expected for some time. And so it'll be interesting to see, how we go from here. I have a feeling that he'll come out of this debate in about the same position with the public that he holds going into it. So as I've been saying here, I think it's, everything is going to revolve around how she does and of course that to some extent depends on how he approaches her. If the moderators do their job, he will have to do less. If they don't, and there's a distinct possibility they won't given the performance of these mainstream media outlets in recent years, he'll have to carry the fight to her, he'll have to challenge her, he'll have to demand explanations and so on. I'm sure he and his team are hoping he doesn't have to do that because being the aggressive guy and being thereby thought a bully is something I'm sure he'd like to avoid.
We heard all week, Harold, that, and even from Kamala Harris, that President Trump goes low. And that she expected him to do that. She expects him to come at her in some way, shape, or form on the issue of color, on the issue of her gender. What if he doesn't do that? And how does she sort of make him look bad? It goes back to my original question. If he resists that, and can he, I guess, is one of the big questions for him.
She's got to play chess. If he does that, I think to everybody's point, I think Jesse said it well about who puts the first on defense and is able to sustain that. But if he doesn't, I think you have to expect. This is a guy who's had 6 presidential debates. He knows what's good and bad. He knows right and wrong in these debates. And if he goes all wrong in her estimation, then I'm sure she'll know what to do. But you have to assume that he won't be bellicose and pugnacious. So that means she's got to be presidential, more presidential, less prosecutorial, and explain to the country, I've come to some different positions because of experience in government, and this is why I think differently about these big issues today.
But Laura, this strategy of not doing interviews, not engaging with the press, made that CNN interview that much, bigger moment. Now it makes this a bigger moment because we haven't engaged with Kamala Harris that much.
I think you're right. And the Univision radio interview didn't really help her either because you could hear her literally turning the page. Speaking of turning the page, presumably notes. Everyone has notes. But again, that takes on more importance when you're not out there. I think tonight it has to be said, to Britt's point, that Trump has the momentum in this race right now. It's close, but I like how Nate Silver does analyze the breadth of the polls and the trend lines in the polls. So Pennsylvania is tied. A lot of these swing states are 1 point. I think by Tuesday of next week, she has to be up 5 points in the national average to be sitting pretty for an electoral college win. And right now, she is not there. She needs a massive momentum shift tonight to really give the media a reason to write the story tomorrow that this race is back in Kamala Harris's favor. They've been angry that they haven't been able to write the story for the last couple of weeks. They want to get back on that narrative.
Yeah, and the Nate Silver projection, the markets take into account the historical undercounting in polls in 2016 and 2020. Right. before Election Day. So it's 2-3 points maybe, and that makes a difference.
You know, she came out of that relief rally after she was chosen with enormous enthusiasm that brought her into Chicago, Jesse, and then it has diminished. You know, just as a lot of people thought it would. The sugar high went away, and now these two are neck and neck again. So she has to do something bold tonight to try to take away some of those voters. You know, we've seen what happened with Latino voters and black voters and young voters that have eroded for Democrats.
So she went to bed for 3 weeks, and everybody defined her. The media did here, and Trump was able to do it, and she just let everybody do it to her. And so tonight she has to come out and say who is Kamala Harris, because half the country has no idea. And to get the momentum back, she has to attack.
To that
so
point.
I'm going to think there's going to be a lot of vicious haymakers constantly throughout the night, because that's what Biden didn't do last time, and that's why the Democrat base
He didn't do it
is so
last time
upset.
because he basically couldn't. But
'Cause he couldn't.
To your point about this needing to be about who she is, think about it. Right now, and for as long as this campaign has been going on since she's been now the nominee, it's been about who she's not. She's first of all not Biden. That's the main thing. And the second thing is, of course, she's not Trump. And that automatically means she inherits the anti-Trump vote, which is considerable, and it was cost him the election in 2020, and has been tough on Republicans in the midterms since then, before and since then as well. So that's what she inherits. She's got to rise. She's got to add to that. That's the challenge for her.
Oh, 23 minutes from now, we will see where this goes as we wait for the start of that debate.
This is high-level chess between the two top politicians in America for the presidency of the United States. So anticipation clearly building. The countdown to the debate is on. Sean Hannity joins us live from the spin room. Coming up next.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Have you always had trouble losing weight and keeping it off? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
Wegovy.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
Wegovy helps you lose weight and keep it off.
I'm reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only FDA-approved weight management medicine that's proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events in adults with known heart disease and with either obesity or overweight.
Wegovy shouldn't be used with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you or your family had medullary thyroid cancer, neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if allergic to it. Stop Wegovy and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes, or if you feel your heart racing while at rest. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Call your provider right away if you have any mental changes. Common side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk.
That's the power of winning. Check your cost and coverage before talking to your healthcare professional about Wegovy.
Kamala Harris was given one important job as vice president: monitor and control our southern border. How did she do? Did she take the job seriously? Did she do all she could to protect American citizens from an invasion? Did she do anything at all?
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Here's her grim scorecard: murders, rapes, attacks on children, a 12-year-old girl in Texas, a mother of 5 in Maryland, a nursing student in Georgia, all savagely murdered by those Biden and Harris led into our country unlawfully.
We have a secure border.
Kamala Harris was and is a complete failure at her job. Now she's asking us for a promotion? Who in their right mind would give it to her? Restoration PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower airways.
But I'm protected with Arexvy.
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV and over 94% effective in those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. Arexvy is #1 in RSV vaccine shots. RSV, make it Arexvy.
Welcome back.
Live from the spin room, and Sean Hannity is standing by. That's where all the action will be right after, and Sean's going to be watching it all. So, Sean, give us a sense of what the mood is there and whether or not you think these two candidates are ready to go.
I think they're ready to go. Listen, everyone had a lot of great points to make, and I don't have a lot of value add. I think Donald Trump's challenge is actually fairly simple, and I think Britt made a great observation is America knows Donald Trump. He and J.D. Vance have done, 40-plus interviews and press conferences. I think his challenge is if Kamala Harris tries to make him angry, not to get angry. And number two, I think to prosecute the case against the radicalism that she has not been challenged on for 50 days. And that therein lies her biggest challenge. I mean, is she still for EV mandates, gun confiscation? Does she still want the Green New Deal she co-sponsored in the U.S. Senate with Bernie Sanders, $93 trillion? I would argue that would be the end of capitalism. She's not answered that question. Does she still want government-run health care for all, Medicare for all, universal health care, the elimination of private insurance? Now, we learned today, Jesse made this point, well, we're going to pay for sex change surgery, not only for criminals, which we knew about, but now for illegal immigrants? I think America, when they hear these positions, you can't say illegal immigrant, you can't say the word radical Islamic terrorism. If a lot of this comes out tonight, I think that will be devastating for her, and her demeanor won't matter. And if Donald Trump stays measured, is not impacted by any negativity she throws at him, and how he refers to her and stays calm, I think it could definitely be a big night for him.
You know, Sean, a lot of times moderators do make a difference. Some of the best moderators fall back into the wallpaper and don't become the story.
You and Martha.
There you go.
You and Martha make the best moderators.
You know,
thank you, Sean.
Well, thank you. Former president was complimentary of Jake Tapper and Dana Bash in CNN. In David Muir and Lindsay Davis, who we haven't seen in a moderating situation, he has been skeptical, obviously, of ABC. What do you think heading into this, the role of moderators and what this looks like tonight?
I think there is a lot at stake for ABC Disney in this debate. We saw the Media Research Center. They came out with a study since Kamala became the nominee. 100 stories on ABC's World News Tonight, hosted by David Muir. 100% positive coverage for Kamala, 93% negative coverage for Donald Trump. That will be on display. They have their own issues that they will deal with because look, we're a pretty divided country. Half the country would be very unhappy if, in fact, they spend their time going after Donald Trump. And more importantly, if they don't do the job of asking the questions that Kamala Harris and her team have been ducking and dodging and avoiding the entire time. What is so, I think that there's been a great disservice to her by her campaign by not allowing her to do more interviews. 16 minutes and 29 seconds. That was not particularly impressive to me with her safety blanket with her Tim Walz. I was not impressed. Her saying, well, my values are the same, doesn't answer if she supports the Green New Deal, banning fracking and drilling, and the elimination of private health care and, free health care education and everything else, now sex change operations for illegals and convicted felons. These are real issues that America needs to get answers to. If ABC wants any credibility at the end of this night, they have to go there. They have to ask those questions. If not, I don't know, maybe that's ABC's way of saying they don't want conservatives to go to Disney theme parks. That's their prerogative.
Hey, Sean, Britt has a question for you here. Hold on, Britt.
Sean, do you think that Donald Trump can make the case on her as well as you just did?
I think he could do a better job, Britt. You're asking me a question. I wouldn't have the pressure of being in that spotlight, but you did make the point earlier, and I really agreed with you, that Donald Trump is a known quantity. Do I think that she will be able to rattle him in any way? No, I would argue right now the chance is 0.001%. Do I think he will be respectful? I do. Do I think he will passionately prosecute the case against her? I believe he's fully familiar with it, and especially in light of some new developments today. Look, we now discovered, Britt, think about this, that she's for decriminalizing, for personal use, hard drugs. That would be crack, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine. We didn't know this before. I didn't know this before last night. And I think that has to come up in a debate like this. But I do believe the president is prepared and very well versed on her record. And I believe that his demeanor, he's always said he can be presidential when he wants to be. And I would expect that tonight.
You think that'll be the stand he takes, not the brawler, but the person of presidential demeanor?
I think so. I think there's Donald Trump, there's Rally Donald Trump, there's Town Hall Donald Trump, and then there's presidential debate Donald Trump. And I think that person, for example, I thought Joe Biden, in spite of obvious cognitive issues in the last debate, there was a point during that debate when he went very, very hard at Donald Trump, and Donald Trump parried it away and just ignored it. I think it definitely works to his advantage with the microphone being off. The only debate I'd have any criticism that he was ever a part of is when he had the first debate with Joe Biden, and I thought he spoke too much. And I think that format is better for him overall, and I think that if it's water off a duck's back, that's half the battle for him tonight. I think Kamala's challenge will be, answering those hard questions, those very radical positions she has staked out that she's not had to answer to heretofore, which is a big media epic fail in my view.
Sean,
and we'll see if ABC allows that tonight.
May I get a word in, Sean? Sorry, I love teasing you with that. Well, here's the problem, is that she's been so vibed out over the last, several weeks now. It's, she's been really cool on, kind of Mamala, and done her recipe thing, which is kind of fun, and done the Spotify playlist, and Doug eats pretzels, and so that's all cool. But now is where the rubber meets the road. So I think, to Jesse's point, she has got to go on the attack. She has to show a different side of herself. If she does not do that, I think voters are going to continue to drift toward President Trump, precisely because, as Brett and I were talking about earlier, these crosstabs on this Harvard-Harris poll that just came out, 63% of voters believe the economy is on the wrong track. 48% say their financial situation is getting worse. 42% named inflation the biggest threat facing the country. I mean, those numbers are not going to change because, Kamala Harris, comes across as, a nice person. They're only going to change if there's a reason for people to say, okay, she has the answer to turn it around. I don't see that happening, but, anything's possible in politics.
Stay tuned. ZhpXnews.
We've been doing this a long time, and we've watched a lot of presidential races. Laura, can you name a presidential candidate ever in history where they had said so many things that I would argue that would make them unelectable as president? And the John McLaughlin poll was a little bit frightening, because between 70 and 82% of Americans, they are not aware of a lot of the things we said about her positions on immigration, about sex change operations paid for by taxpayers for criminals and illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education, or, fracking, no drilling. How do you walk away from that?
Americans are getting poorer. $93 trillion. Americans are getting poorer under Kamala.
Let me get Harold in real quick.
Great point.
How
do you walk that back?
Look, I don't disagree with a lot of things that have been said. Both of these candidates have changed their minds on things. And I just think, at the end of the day, we're deciding about and choosing a president. And I don't disagree with any of her challenges, but remember, most people don't know her. So how she responds, we were on your show earlier, Brett, and I thought Harris Faulkner said something so pressing about what happens at the beginning of this debate. How do they approach each other out of the gate? So many Americans are going to be watching. And finally, I'm going to be watching most closely how and when and how definitively and substantively does she separate herself from Joe Biden on energy security issues, fracking in Pennsylvania, the border, national security, and even as we think about economic issues. So she'll have to defend that, and it will have to be, to your point, Laura, it'll have to be credible. And we got about 11 minutes to see what's going to happen here.
Sean, final word before we bounce here before the debate?
Well, I would respond gently to my friend Harold and say she's not just separating herself from Joe Biden. She's got to separate herself from herself here. She's the one that said no fracking. She's the one that said no drilling. She, in August of 23, said, Biden, we call that Bidenomics, and we're proud of it. And yet most Americans, as Laura rightly pointed out, you know, every store they go to, the price they pay for everything is through the roof. So I think that debating herself here is maybe a bigger challenge than separating herself from Joe Biden, in my view.
Sean, we'll be checking in right after to see what you think. Thanks a lot from the Spin Room.
Now we're just minutes away from the big beginning of this debate tonight. The presidential debate is about to kick off in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania may be the most important state in the nation when it comes to this election. The keys to victory for both of these candidates as we cap off our pregame coverage next.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote that created America's inflation.
The vice president votes in the affirmative, and the bill is passed.
Economists said Harris's vote led directly to the higher prices we pay. 22% more for groceries, 50% more for gas. Mortgage costs nearly double. Thanks a lot, Kamala. Trump had our economy humming. He'll do it again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
It's a good day to start something new. To brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. To put yourself out there and always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache, and beard.
We're building something. We have to think big.
What do you know about wind turbines?
I know they blow.
You're an outsider. Tulsa is mine.
We might have some trouble coming our way.
If you want to build a future, you got to know what you want.
We're in this together.
You want to go down fighting? I don't answer to anybody.
Tulsa King. New season streaming soon, exclusively on Paramount+.
Donald Trump live on Fox & Friends, breaking down his first face-off with Kamala Harris. The key moments and next moves in his fight for the White House. It's the interview you can't miss tomorrow.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, Hot Buys are $9.99 and under. Or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale. Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, Hot Buys are $9.99 and under. Or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
¿Qué color? Perfecto, mijo. Gracias. Thank you. What's wrong, mijo?
Donating to a pet's medical care is one of the many ways you can help families in your community. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater, which fostered my love for acting. When people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
We are just moments away from tonight's presidential debate. Aisha Hasni has the latest tonight from the Spin Room in Philadelphia. Hi, Aisha.
Brett, the spin room is getting very busy. You can see behind me over my shoulder, that's a big old gaggle surrounding Governor Gavin Newsom. We saw the same thing happen with RFK Jr. earlier a few moments ago. I tried to ask RFK Jr. a few times whether he was worried about Michigan because he has to stay on the ballot there now. If that was going to hurt the former president, he did not want to answer that question. Let's talk about the former president and how he's feeling as he walks onto the debate stage tonight. I am told by campaign officials that he's cool, calm, collected, and the strategy tonight, Brett, is to try to force Kamala Harris to own up to all of these failed policies in their minds for the past 4 years. He's going to try to make that happen tonight on the stage. Brett.
All right, Aisha, thank you.
All right, let's bring in Kellyanne Conway and Jessica Tarlov. Kellyanne, if you could say one thing to former President Trump right now, he's minutes away from walking on that stage, what would it be?
You're fighting for the American people. You're not fighting with Kamala Harris. Treat her like a worthy opponent, the way you did Hillary Clinton. Hillary didn't really treat him like one, huffing and puffing, rolling her eyes here and there, calling his supporters irredeemable and deplorable. So don't worry about how Harris got there. Worry about stopping her from where she wants to go, the Oval Office.
Okay, Jessica, same question to you. You have one thing to say to Vice President Harris before this debate. She's watching. I know she is. What would you tell her?
I would tell her to be just like she was in Chicago. Eye on the prize, the independent voter, the swing voter, the undecided voter who isn't interested in red meat issue. They want to hear about foreign policy. They want to hear a cogent economic plan. They don't want the name calling, the tit for tat. Maybe they don't even want to hear that much about how you were a prosecutor or he was a convicted felon. Just do whatever you can to attract that Pennsylvania voter and be polite, and hopefully Trump will be the same, and it'll all be over in 90 minutes.
Kellyanne, what about the state of the race? You ran the race at one point in 2016, and it's in Pennsylvania. This is the swingiest swing state. This race is really tight, and he's doing better than he did in 2016 or 2020.
He is. On this day in 2020, he was -7 against Joe Biden nationally and against Hillary about 2.8%. Pennsylvania's always been tight. The reason we made it a reach state in 2016 and kept going back there with Trump and other surrogates is because the messages that were winning in Ohio and Iowa, 2 states that President Obama carried twice, were winning him those states overwhelmingly. We took the same messages to a lot of the workers in Pennsylvania and honed in on specific industries, manufacturing, coal, mining, construction. And so fracking, of course, and he was able to speak to them. We have a strategy. Can't eliminate the deficits for the Republican candidate in those collar counties around Philadelphia, but you can mitigate them. And then you run up the score in Western Pennsylvania and some other pockets. My advice to Kamala Harris is show up. I think Trump and Vance have really tightened up their swing state schedule, and they're going to basically live in Pennsylvania. And she's got to follow suit, or they're going to run away with this.
All right. Thank you both. We'll go around the horn here.
Yeah, I want to bring Dana in. Dana, one of the structures here is that they're not allowed to ask each other questions. So if either of these candidates wants to get something in that they're not being asked, it's going to be tricky for them to get there.
I mean, I don't know if it's true, but Brian Stelter of CNN just tweeted that it is possible that ABC will open up the mics if there's a big moment. So I don't know what the rules are and how they're going to deal with that, but that's a possibility. Question. She has been paying the price for being so far left 4 years ago. She's still paying that today. But she has a cash advantage right now, and it could work.
Jesse?
Well, decriminalizing heroin and giving voting rights to serial rapists. In any normal race, this woman shouldn't be the nominee, but she is. And so Donald Trump's going to have to put her on defense. But speak poetically about the restoration of the American dream. Make sure you can buy a house. Make sure you can have a family. Make sure you can have safety and security. Those things are slipping away fast under her. And he needs to put that within reach again.
Harold, where she's had slippage is with independent voters, some black voters, Latino voters. What does she do to get them back in her corner tonight?
Talk about the future. Give us a sense of how she will govern that may be a little different than what we've seen over the last 3.5 years. Acknowledge a mistake or two and talk about how you're going to get better and make things better and contrast it with the guy sitting next to you.
Laura?
People are making less money when you look at real median household income today than they did in December of 2019 before the pandemic. The story of this election is the economy. People's pocketbooks are not as full. Their optimism is not where they want it to be. They want hope for the future. To Harold's point, they want to change. I think they want to change.
Britt, 15 seconds.
It's a test for ABC News as well. It's not the place where I worked for 23 years, some years ago. And it's been subject to a lot of criticism, some of it I think justified. Perhaps it'll take a crack, that institution will take a crack tonight at answering some of the doubts about it.
We're going to find out now.
It is a face-off in Philadelphia. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump about to take the debate stage at the National Constitution Center. It is a critical moment in this race for the White House, just 2 months before Election Day in America. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. The ABC News presidential debate begins in just moments. Thank you for watching here on Fox News. The performances tonight could really be the difference between winning and losing in November. And think how much has changed in 75 days. Stay with us for the post-game analysis and reaction from the spin room. Then Sean Hannity takes over at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to take you to Philadelphia now. And the entire debate right here on Fox, post-analysis after. Keep it here.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before. which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump, will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan. And it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point. When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy.
Look,
Everything
people,
that
just
she
look.
believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy.
Yeah, and when she needs a MAGA hat on top of her head.
Change it.
Yeah.
And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it, because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised.
Come on, Donald Trump.
And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success.
She is about to cry.
Will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice President Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Don't lie.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important, in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia The president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after.
With your eyes closed, walk into the future. I don't get it.
You will.
Here's my plan to create a utopia.
It's getting good, people. It's getting really good.
People need help now.
It's getting really good. Stay tuned. ZhpXnews live.
Debate about the future. We are here and we are taking our country back.
Megalopolis. Rated R, September 27th.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
He said, she said. He said, she said. He said, she said. Wait. Want the facts? You get them at Just the Facts. Immigration, the budget, economy, health and healthcare, energy and the environment, and America by the numbers. 15-minute videos packed with data, insights, and surprises. Catch them on YouTube or at usafacts.org. He said, she said, we say just the facts, so you can make up your own mind.
America, built by those who dare to dream, those who push the limits, and those who serve. At Bass Pro Shops, we stand with those who stand for our freedoms, proudly offering a legendary salute discount every day, and recently partnering with the Army and Air Force Exchange Service, becoming the official outdoor gear provider for our heroes. Because it's more than the great outdoors, it's about honoring those who protect it. Bass Pro Shops, voted America's best outdoor retailer.
It is debate night in America. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris square off for the first time. We'll be in the spin room with analysis and reaction. J.D. Vance, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will join us live tonight on Hannity.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology, exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Get Simply Safe today with 1 free month of Fast Protect monitoring, our most advanced way to protect your home. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
They're doing amazing work. As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
It represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
couldn't find a more worthy cause. And your reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting T2T.org.
My name is Christine Mann. I'm a retired public health nurse and Army veteran. My retirement funds allow me to enjoy what I love to do. I volunteer with the Medical Reserve Corps. As long as you can make an impact, why stop?
This is an election year unlike any other.
That's why you need America's #1 most watched news source. Stay with us.
All the way to election night.
The candidates
are ready.
Americans across the country are ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24.
Your freedom, your vote.
Fox News.
America is watching.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she has
we do
a
have
plan
to move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond
No,
to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your
Yes.
3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. The people have voted. Reagan is a hit.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Audiences give it a 98%.
You know what you have to do.
And an A cinema score.
There's nothing a retired governor can do. But a president, now he can do a thing or two.
Reagan. See it now in theaters. Rated PG-13. May not be suitable for children under 13.
Look at this silly little sailboat. These men of means with their silver spoons eating up the financial favors of the 1%. What would become of them when they discover Robinhood Gold allows others to earn their very liberal rates on idle cash, unlimited deposit bonuses, and handsome retirement matching? They would descend into chaos. Merciless chaos.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday when life doesn't wait for you to get paid? Introducing MyPay from Chime, a revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with MyPay. Get started at Chime.com.
Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Ooh, I love no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Why do it? Tommy, why?
Yeah, Tommy. Why don't you lay on a beach getting fat on pina coladas? They don't understand that our football journey isn't even close to done. Because you're Tom freaking Brady.
One day, I'm gonna be the greatest there ever was.
Back to work.
Donald Trump live on Fox and Friends, breaking down his first face-off with Kamala Harris, the key moments and next moves in his fight for the White House. It's the interview you can't miss tomorrow.
My name is Christine Mann. I'm a retired public health nurse and Army veteran. My retirement funds allow me to enjoy what I love to do. I volunteer with the Medical Reserve Corps. As long as you can make an impact, why stop?
It is debate night in America. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris square off for the first time. We'll be in the spin room with analysis and reaction. J.D. Vance, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will join us live tonight on Hannity.
Josh Hawley isn't content with just being our senator. He wants to be in every part of Missourians' lives. In the doctor's office, banning all abortions with no exceptions. In the pharmacy, restricting access to birth control. In our homes, pushing to end the right to no-fault divorce. Hawley even voted against protections for pregnant workers. Josh Hawley is not like us. He's just another career politician telling us what we can and can't do. And he's wrong for Missouri.
I'm Lucas Kuntz, and I approve this message.
As a mom and former first-grade teacher, I care deeply about education. That's why I'm voting for Amendment 2. Legalizing sports betting will generate tens of millions of dollars every year for our classrooms, helping increase teacher pay. Amendment 2 has a constitutional guarantee that ensures the money from sports betting goes to our schools. No more wasted dollars. Take it from this mom and former teacher. Amendment 2 is the right thing to do.
I'm Josh Hawley, and I approve this message.
It's a tragedy, a social contagion. Left-wing radicals pushing children to question their gender. Irreversible gender reassignment surgery has nearly tripled. Politician Lucas Kuntz is part of the problem. Kuntz backs the extreme transgender policies, even allowing men to play women's sports, sharing locker rooms. It's nuts, but it's Kuntz. He just can't be our senator.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military, and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
All right, that is a wrap on the Harris-Trump presidential debate, now in the books.
Here with us tonight for post-debate analysis, Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Laura Ingraham, Jesse Waters, plus Sean Hannity will be with us live from the spin room. Well, the topics: inflation, abortion, immigration, January 6th. It took about 40 minutes to get to a question pressing Vice President Harris on the list of changing policies from when she ran for president in 2019. About an hour.
That's a lot of unpacking. Like to say what we gonna do about that, but that's a lot of unpacking. It's gonna take a lot of Trump supporters to get on board. We need to try to get it done, people. Just get it done, people. Make America great again. It helps. I'll be on about another 40 minutes. Watch the rest of this. Be back.
Him out. There were times when he didn't pivot as well as he should have to move on to some of the points that he no doubt wanted to make. He went down a few cat and dog holes. rather than rabbit holes tonight, which will be discussed, no doubt. I thought the strongest moments were foreign policy, Iran, when he talked about Ukraine, Afghanistan, and that close. Why haven't you done it?
Okay, let's go around the horn. Britt Hume, thoughts?
Well, I thought the single question that needed to be answered tonight was, Madam Vice President, why have you changed your position? Give us your thoughts on why you changed your position, not just on the small handful of issues that were raised by the moderators, but on a range of other issues. There were like 2 questions on the whole thing all evening. She never had to account for her changes. Never.
She said she'd go down the list. She never
did. Now, look, make no mistake about it. Trump had a bad night. He rose to the bait repeatedly when she baited him, something I'm sure his advisors had begged him not to do. In the first debate when Biden attacked him, he just kept his cool and kept going. In this debate, he rose to debating, and we heard so many of the old grievances that we'd long thought that Trump had learned were not winners politically. Mm-hmm. And there they all were, talking about how he didn't lose the election and all that. I mean, my sense is that she came out of this in pretty good shape. Now, how long this will last and
I might go ahead and do Hannity.
Is anybody's guess. But
I'll stay on for about 10,
tonight at
30.
least. This was pretty much her night.
You're saying she had a good night?
I'm saying she certainly did.
Sean Hannity is in the spin room. Thoughts on this debate, Sean?
Disagree on other parts of what he said. I think the biggest loser in the debate, and we talked about this pre-debate, is ABC. The fact that we didn't get to fundamental, strong positions that Kamala Harris had taken on very deep and profound issues involving the economy and immigration and ending private health care and defund and dismantle. There was a lot of cliche, a lot of rehearsal that I saw in her performance. Okay, that's fine. That was anticipated. There were a lot of lies that she told about abortion, about Project 2025, about gun confiscation, and that was frustrating on a lot of fronts. I think that the biggest epic fail here is that, we're now 50 days in, and early voting, for example, we're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tonight, starts 1 week from tonight, and then it rolls out in all these other swing states that matter. The fact that we don't know if she still supports, free housing, health care, education, and sex change operations for illegal immigrants is unfathomable to me after an hour-and-a-half debate. Does she still support defund, dismantle, no bail laws? Do we have an answer on no fracking and no drilling? She didn't say that in 2000. Even CNN fact-checked her. After her 16-minute and 29-second debate.
These are people who support him and I think will continue to support him. I said about Joe Biden that night that he seemed all over the place. He seemed unprepared and unorganized. I get the sense. I think ABC, the moderators, could have done a better job.
It's
almost like if you're in a basketball game and you go up against playing a team that's taller than you. You don't complain at the end of the game. They're taller than us. We knew that before. He's used to people piling on him. He just didn't seem like he was ready. If you're a voter watching tonight, I was reminded of the great Dennis Green, the former coach of the Vikings, who said they are who we thought they were. And Donald Trump tonight was that guy. 2, she conveyed the calm. She conveyed a preparation. Did she answer all the questions about the switches? No. But I would have thought that he would have raised some of those. I know we said, well, should he have to do that? When you're in a fight for what you believe is the fight for the country, in the soul of the country, then you have to be willing to do those things. Finally, she was tenacious on Russia. She had clarity about the future of the country. He was a little too gloomy, I thought. And when asked, I saw around the table, I've never heard Donald Trump not be definitive about a set of plans. He said, I have concepts of a plan. Here we are, 56 days from an election. You've been president before. He's got to recover from this, and we'll see if there's another debate. I hope the two of you are moderating if there is another debate. And if I'm him, I'm asking for one.
Speaking
tomorrow.
of which, senior advisor to the Harris campaign, Brian Fallon, just sending out, that was fun, let's do it again in October. To that point, Fox has officially invited both campaigns to a debate in October. We have sent a formal invitation, as we had before, and we've renewed that specifically for a debate to be hosted on Fox News in October. We hope they take it up.
Seems like the American people would love another opportunity to see these candidates. It's been such a short window, and they deserve as many opportunities as possible. We certainly hope that they will take us up on that.
Jesse, your thoughts?
I don't think the American people are watching and thinking any of these people won. This was rough. This was pretty intense at times. She started off shaky. She regained her footing. But I thought she was going to come out with some of these memorable lines. All the memorable lines were from Donald Trump. Run, spot, rum. Shh, shh, I'm speaking. Does that sound familiar? Wake Joe Biden up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and go get him to sign this thing to close the border. I took a bullet because you said I was a threat to democracy. And they're eating the pets. You know, you watch this thing, if you're a Democrat, you're like, oh, she did a great job. She was much more forceful than Joe Biden. If you're a Republican, you look at this and you're like, that's Donald Trump. He had some moments where you were like, oh my God, where are we going with this? And then he just had some great knockouts. And so this race just got tighter.
That's probably true. We're going to see what exactly that looks like. We are just getting started on our analysis, a pivotal night in the 2024 campaign. Our coverage continues right after this very short break.
Stay with us.
Kamala Harris was given one important job as vice president: monitor and control our southern border. How did she do? Did she take the job seriously? Did she do all she could to protect American citizens from an invasion? Did she do anything at all?
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Here's her grim scorecard: murders, rapes, attacks on children, a 12-year-old girl in Texas, a mother of 5 in Maryland, a nursing student in Georgia, all savagely murdered by those Biden and Harris led into our country unlawfully.
We have a secure border.
Kamala Harris was and is a complete failure at her job. Now she's asking us for a promotion? Who in their right mind would give it to her? Restoration PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Welcome back. That was something, wasn't it? Final thoughts, Dana Perino.
I think he got harder questions than she did, but he missed more opportunities. And he took all the bait and none of the opportunities. She pivoted better. But there were a couple of things, like, for example, when Harris brought up Charlottesville and the Fine People hoax, that was a great opportunity for the moderators to push back, because that's an obvious one, and they didn't do that. So I think that if there's a grievance on that part, you'll see it. I do think that he won on points on his first answer about the economy, and then his last answer was good. So if you only watch those two parts, and if you're like first impression and last impression, you might leave with an impression that he did all right. I'm surprised that her team came out already and offered a second debate, because in my opinion, I don't think she needs it, because she has shown that she doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't have to do media or anything. And now all of her surrogates and her spokespeople can say, she already answered that. She already answered that. So they could just try to figure out a way to coast, bring all that money in and try to spend it and try to win Pennsylvania, which is key for her.
Yeah, but you know, it's all about the swing states, Laura, obviously. And if her people look at tonight and they say, look, she did well, her confidence is growing, she wants to reach out and try to win those swing states, we should do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of all this, she prepared for a couple weeks. She moved the points a little bit on the betting markets. But in the end, we all know what we knew before, that ABC's goal tonight was to help Kamala Harris. And ABC did help Kamala Harris. Now, did Donald Trump miss a few opportunities? Absolutely. Did she miss a few opportunities? Yes, she did, especially when he said, you're right, I fired those people because I fire people who are incompetent. I thought that was one of the strongest moments of the debate. There's very little accountability in all of government, and this has happened across administrations. So I think in the end, if the steel workers in Pennsylvania want to keep their jobs, if the auto workers in Michigan want to keep their jobs, they see this debate and they see one person standing up for them, and it's still Donald Trump.
But Britt, you know, you look at the CNN interview with Dana Bash that she does alongside her nominee, Tim Walz. This is a different person who was well prepped,
absolutely
well prepared, had answers, and knew where she was going.
Not only a different person from the person she was in that interview on CNN, but a different person from the absolute dunderhead so many of us thought she was during her conduct as vice president, when she would come out with these ludicrous statements that started nowhere and ended in midair.
Unburdened by the past.
Unburdened by common sense. And here she was tonight. She was composed. She was prepared. She kept her cool. She saw advantages. She took them. She baited him successfully, which is the story of the debate, in my view. So she came out ahead in this, in my opinion. No doubt. Now, whether it'll move the needle in the race, very few things seem to, but that remains to be seen.
What are you going to say? Does it move the needle, though?
It may or may not. But think about this. Most people didn't know her. They heard the lead up that she was going to be unprepared, that she was a cackler, that she had mismanaged things. You watch this tonight, and you don't know much about this. You say, all right, when am I going to see that person? Because you saw a different person this evening. Now, I'm delighted that there's going to be a second debate. At least there's an eagerness and a willingness on the part of them to do it again. Because I think these questions should be asked of the vice president about the shift in positions. But what I don't get, and all of you all, I respect everybody on this panel, why didn't he ask these questions of her? I mean, if you believe that your candidacy is that important to the country, I didn't say be mean-spirited about it. And he had some moments where he was a little mean. He could have asked the question about the shifting positions. Now, should the moderators have done it? No doubt. But if I was on that stage, I would have asked those questions. Tonight, she won.
If she's asking for another debate, though, they don't think she won this debate, hands down. They would be, to Dana's point, saying,
we're done.
Mic drop. We're done.
Yep.
They don't think that she's in a position right now to win this race.
Well,
they need another debate.
I don't disagree. I think it's an even race. I just think she won tonight.
Let's hope that they say yes. And again, we have the formal invite out there. This has been quite something because there was a lot of buildup to this moment.
Yeah.
There was a lot of buildup. The question is, how many people watched for how long? And how much did it move this race? Because it's as tight a race as we have ever seen in this country.
And last time we sat here, Joe Biden was running against President Trump. So who knows what's going to happen next. Thank you all for tuning in tonight and joining us for the presidential debate.
Hannity is up right now.
All right, thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Welcome to Hannity. We are live. We are in the spin room. And we are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the first and only scheduled debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is officially now in the books. In just a moment, we're going to get reaction from Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Ted Cruz, Trump's running mate J.D. Vance, and Robert Kennedy Jr. But first, in case you missed it, here's how it all went down.
I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month.
not true.
They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And then now in the United States, fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay?
All right, what you didn't hear tonight was any substance from Kamala Harris about pretty much anything. She delivered a lot of pre-rehearsed, memorized platitudes, lines, plenty of attacks. This was, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, and I hate Trump more. Anyway, with lots of kind of weird faces and expressions, we still don't have answers where she stands on defunding the police, electric vehicle mandates, mandatory gun confiscation, which she lied about, Medicare for all, the $93 trillion Green New Deal she co-sponsored in the U.S. Senate with Bernie Sanders, banning plastic straws, reducing red meat consumption up to a 70 or 80% income tax rate. Bidenomics, we call it Bidenomics, and we're proud of it. Offshore drilling, fracking, decriminalizing illegal immigration, free housing, health care, education, college education, and now sex change surgery provided by taxpayers. We didn't hear about the border wall that she was against, that now she's for, and we didn't hear about illegal immigrants and returning home, late-term abortion. She didn't answer the question about restrictions, about months 7, 8, and 9, and the list goes on and on. Left-wing moderators, the biggest loser of the night, ABC Disney, Bob Iger's network. It was a disgrace. They barely asked her about important issues. We've got 56 days until an election. Early voting starts in this Commonwealth in 7 days. You know, in between so-called fact-checking and clapbacks only against Donald Trump, because Kamala didn't offer any details on her own. As predicted, tonight's debate was 3-on-1. Anyway, joining us now from the spin room, Florida Senator, my senator, free state of Florida, Marco Rubio. Senator, how are you?
Thank you.
He was doing a big gaggle before. I walked over and tapping him on the back. He's my senator.
They were impressed. The reporters were impressed.
The biggest, I think, failure for the country tonight was ABC.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to journalism. I mean, it's on issue. I mean, there was times where they would say, Donald Trump, why did you do or say this horrible thing? And then the question to Kamala Harris is, what do you think about the horrible thing that Donald Trump did? There was they didn't ask her. Grocery bills are up 50% from 2020. 50%. What do you say about that, Kamala Harris? How are you going to deal with that? They didn't ask her about the They let her get away with this lie that Joe Biden didn't withdraw us from Afghanistan. Joe Biden was run out of Afghanistan in humiliating fashion. Even the fact checkers were wrong, where she said, oh, there's no state in the country where there's a lot. There are multiple states in this country, including Tim Walz's Minnesota, where if a baby is born in a botched abortion, they allow the baby to die. Okay? And then they let her get away with not answering what restrictions she would be supportive of.
See, this is a frustrating thing, is when you have 3-on-1 and you have a fact like you just laid out about Tim Walz and his position on late-term abortion, and Donald Trump was 100% right. He was talking about Governor Northam. Well, first the baby will be born and we'll make the baby comfortable, and then the doctor will talk to the mother. But that's not the point. Months 7, 8, and 9th. Even people I know that are pro-choice, that would be infanticide.
Of course. But here's the bottom line. Americans know Donald Trump. He was their president. He's been campaigning out since 2016. They know his positions. They know very little about Kamala Harris. Tonight, for the first time, despite the best efforts of these moderators, Americans began to learn that this was someone who was raising money to bail rioters out of jail. This was someone who said she wanted to defund ICE. This was someone who basically said that we should be paying for the sex change operations of illegal migrants in detention. This was someone who accused the Border Patrol of whipping Haitian migrants at the border. And this is someone that has been in the White House for 4 years, talking about all these things she's going to do. They've done none of them. She talks about immigration in this bill. They have the power in the law right now to enforce our immigration laws. She has no campaign plan. She just unveiled her policy plan. It was literally, I'm not saying this, New Republic, a liberal left-wing magazine is saying it. She literally cut and pasted from the Joe Biden
she did
platform.
Cut and paste it.
And so think about it. She is Joe Biden and worse because of what she stood for in 2019.
56 days. Just bear with me the list. No restrictions on abortion for her and her running mate. Mandatory gun buyback. She lied about that at the end of the debate. No border wall, decriminalizing illegal immigration, free housing, health care, education, free college in Minnesota, legal driver's licenses. We've had murder, we've had rape, we've had violent crime, and now we're going to offer what? Taxpayer-funded sex change operations. She supports reparations. The $93 trillion Green New Deal, which would be the end of capitalism, she co-sponsored it. Government health care for all, the elimination of private health insurance.
Right.
How does ABC not bring that up?
Not a single one of those things was asked.
How did they not bring up?
Well,
she said
again,
we got to not say radical Islamic terrorism or illegal
But
alien.
President Trump did a good job of injecting that in there. And in the end of the debate, he said the most important thing, and that is she's been there for 4 years. All these things she's promising, they haven't done. And frankly, she wouldn't answer the most important question she was asked all night. Are Americans, she was asked this, are Americans better off today than they were 4 years ago? She didn't even answer it. She went on to talk about how she was born to a middle-class family, raised in Canada for part of that time in what apparently is not a middle-class neighborhood. But nonetheless, she went into her biography. And I think she was exposed tonight. The talking heads, they analyze this because they all want to pretend like Kamala Harris was born on July 24th of this year. She has a record. She has a record as a senator, and she has a record as vice president. And Americans tonight got a glimpse of what she really believes, what she really stands for, and what direction she'll actually take our country. And I think that was a big win, big win.
Does this move the needle in your view?
I think it does because there's a lot of voters. Remember, voters in the real world don't analyze this like the people that talk on cable news. They're viewing it in their mindset, okay, who's this lady? And they start hearing these things. Hold on a second, she helped bail out rioters? Hold on a second, she wouldn't answer the question about at what point should an abortion not be allowed, the day before the due date. She wouldn't answer that question. They pick up on these things. And for her to brag about Afghanistan, she bragged about Afghanistan. Okay, she said Joe Biden got us out. He was run out of there. And not only was he run out of there, we lost $90 billion worth of American equipment that they're parading down the street. There are a lot of real people in the real world who are not political junkies who are going to vote and decide this election, who watched tonight. They saw the man that was president, and they remember their lives were better when he was president. They were safer. They were more prosperous. We were more respected in the world. And then they saw this person. They didn't know a lot about her, and now they're beginning to learn facts about her that I think will be decisive.
Senator, great to see you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Now, according to the Washington Post, the Harris campaign is now saying they want a second debate. What does that tell us? Joining us with more reaction to tonight's debate, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is with us. Senator, how do you interpret that and your overall thoughts on the debate tonight?
Well, listen, I'm skeptical that Kamala's team will have her do a second debate. I think they're going to back out of that. I think they're going to send her back to Joe Biden's basement. I think we probably will not see Kamala emerge again from the basement, sort of like the groundhog in her shadow. She's not going to come out again from the basement until election night, other than to go for rallies and read from teleprompters. And listen, I got to say tonight, what Kamala demonstrated is, number one, she cannot defend her disastrous record. Her record is an absolute train wreck. So instead, what she did, what we saw tonight in this, quote, debate, was her repeating memorized set pieces from her stump speech and from her convention speech. The very opening question, the most important question in any election, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? She refused to answer that because she couldn't answer that, because nobody, unless you are a Mexican drug lord, nobody else is better off than they were 4 years ago. So she didn't answer that. Instead, she's like, I'm from a middle-class family. I want things better for you. And no aspect on inflation. She didn't address that she cast the tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars of spending that caused inflation, hurting Americans across this country. On energy, she didn't address that she and Joe Biden have waged war on American energy over and over and over again, driving up the cost of gasoline and everything else for Americans. On the border, she didn't address her own personal responsibility, the invasion, the crime, the murders, the women sexually assaulted, the children brutalized. She didn't take responsibility for any of that. And then on foreign policy, I actually thought on foreign policy she was the weakest. It was absurd when she turned to Donald Trump and says, well, everyone knows you were weak and ineffective. Listen, if Donald Trump were still in the White House, the two wars that broke out under her leadership and Joe Biden's would not have happened. Russia would not have invaded Ukraine, and we would not have the war in Israel. And she took no responsibility for that weakness, nor did she have a word to say about the over $100 billion that she and Joe Biden have flowed to Iran. All of her records she ran away from, and I got to say, The ABC moderators were complicit in her running a completely fact-free debate performance.
I think that's well said, Senator. I mean, and there's so much that we don't understand. Defund, dismantle, reimagine, ICE, the police, the mini-app. They wanted to talk about January 6th. There was 600 riots in the summer of 2020. She tweets out the Minnesota bail fund 4 days after the police precinct is burned. And, you know, they won't stop. They shouldn't stop. We're not going to stop. All things that she said. 18 to 24-year-olds are stupid. Abolish the filibuster to pass the Green New Deal. Inflation is transitory. The border's secure. We're proud of Bidenomics. The country needs to be woke. We'll never deport illegals. And now we're going to give free sex change operations to convicted felons and illegal immigrants. How's that going to go over in your state of Texas? I would imagine not so well.
Look, it goes over terribly. But what you just did, what I just did, is what the Trump campaign needs to do between now and Election Day, which is lay out the actual facts of her record, because she won't confront them. So for example, on abortion, she said, no, I'm not for late-term abortions, 8 and 9 month abortions. Well, she has voted for legislation that would legalize abortion up until the moment of birth. When she says, I don't know what you're talking about, abortion after birth, well, Kamala Harris voted against the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, which says that if in the course of an abortion a baby is alive, is breathing, is outside the womb, you can't just kill the baby. She voted no. And so her actual record needs to be systematically laid out when it comes to crime. This is someone who has supported defund the police. This is someone who has supported defund ICE. This is someone, Kamala Harris, who compared ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, to the KKK. But we need to make sure those facts get before the American people, because ABC is not going to do it. The corporate media is not going to do it. And listen, her radical record is radical the same way my opponent, Colin Allred, who's running against me, both of them vote repeatedly in favor of open borders. Both of them vote for trillions of dollars of spending we don't have. Both of them vote for the war against oil and gas and American energy. Both of them vote in favor of defunding the police. That's their record. But I got to tell you, the left right now, they are flooding money to Kamala Harris. They're flooding money to my opponent because they want to deceive the American people. Both Kamala Harris and my opponent are running ads with Donald Trump's border wall in it, even though both of them have opposed it their entire careers. The hypocrisy is enormous, which is why we need to bring the facts back up and prosecute this case on the merits.
All right, Senator Ted Cruz, we appreciate you being with us. Joining us now is 2024 Republican Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance. Senator, great to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Getting ready for your debate?
Yeah. Got a lot of pointers this evening.
Okay. All right, let's get your overall take. I think the thing that's frustrating to me and a lot of people, well, number one, I think 3-on-1 was a little frustrating. Yeah. Number two, the topics that are so relevant, the radical positions that she's taken. Sure. When I first interviewed you, the first interview you did, when you were vice president, when you announced to be the candidate, I asked you every hard question, and you answered every one of them. And I kept you longer because it was supposed to be 10 minutes. I kept you 30. I was being very nice. And so all these radical positions she's taken, still no answers. We have not moved the ball an inch. It is frustrating.
It is frustrating, and the moderators, I think, did a terrible job of following up on that. But look, I think President Trump did a good job at reminding the American people that this is a person who wanted to ban fracking. Here we are in Pennsylvania. She supported banning fracking. She supported defunding the police. She supported opening the border. And I think that though the moderators didn't do their job, I think President Trump did do his job in reminding the American people that she has taken a number of radical positions that, as he joked, she's run away from. Now she's acting like Donald Trump. She's about to put on a MAGA hat because she realizes radical.
That was a pretty good line.
It was my favorite moment of the debate. But she is a radical who is trying to run towards Donald Trump's positions because she knows that's what's popular, but it's not what she actually believes. And I think that if you go to her performance, Sean, the most striking part of it is if you actually listen to what she said, it was platitude after slogan. There was no substance. How is she going to lower grocery prices for American citizens?
Rehearse, cliched, use everything that you want to say. And the bottom line is fundamental. I hate Trump.
That's exactly right. And also, look, both of them have records. That's what's different about this election, almost any other election in my lifetime. You have two people with a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record. Kamala Harris is running away from her record because her record is higher grocery prices, homes that are unaffordable, a wide open southern border, rising fentanyl deaths. This is happening because of her failed leadership. And all we need to remind the American people of, and I think Donald Trump did a great job of this tonight, is the reason why these problems happen is because Kamala Harris failed to do her job.
You know, the thing is, she's 50 days, and prior to tonight, she does one interview, no press conferences. You're out there every day.
Yep.
Between you and President Trump, you're nearing, what, 50 combined?
Sure.
And it's still a mystery. It's like the candidate protection program, and the media keeps her in there. You know, I have all of these files, the Kamala files, the Walls files, them in their own words. This was all available to ABC tonight. You said this about fracking. You said this about drilling. You said this about sex change operations that taxpayers pay for criminals and for illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education for illegal immigrants, the elimination of private health care. All of these positions that she's taken, you know, and it's amazing that we're this far, that we're this close to an election. We don't have these answers.
That's exactly right. Well, she's running a campaign based on vibes, and she's running for
vibes. What the hell is a vibe? Are we in the 60s?
It feels like it sometimes. I feel like watching Kamala Harris like I've taken some psychedelics. But look, she is a total disaster, Sean, and she runs away from her record. This is the most striking thing: is if you're the vice president, you've been in power for 3.5 years. Is she running by saying, "Look what we did to lower your grocery prices. Look what we did to make the world more secure"? She can't. She can't because her record is one of failure. And we just have to remind the American people of this, Sean. I mean, look, I think if you watch the debate, you're sitting at home, you're an undecided voter, what you saw is a person who repeats slogans instead of respecting you enough to treat you like an adult. You know, Donald Trump, and he gets criticized by the left for this, by the way, Donald Trump actually answers the questions because he respects the American people enough to treat them like citizens. That's why he does everyday debate. That's why he goes out there and talks to people, because he thinks that you ought to try to win the people's vote, not just have it given to you.
She also told a lot of lies about Project 2025. Project 2025 is her radical agenda for her. A national abortion ban. That wasn't true. She lied about her saying in 2000, no, I didn't say I'm for fracking. Mandatory gun buyback, she said at the end of the debate. Oh, no, I never said that. I'm a gun owner. I'm like, that is exactly what you said. Yes, you did. It's on tape. We have it. We played it.
That's right. Well, that's the entire trick here, right, is the media is helping Kamala Harris run away from her record, but we have her on tape saying all these things, Sean. And by the way, when she said that she supported a ban on fracking, then she changed her view in 2020, that's another complete fabrication. She has never once changed her view that she wanted to ban fracking. And you're an American sitting at home.
She became the presumptive nominee.
Well, that's right. She changed her mind in 2024, but not in 2020, so another complete fabrication. But think about this. If you're a Pennsylvania energy worker, or you're an American suffering from high utility and energy bills, Kamala Harris is telling you she wants to make you pay more and she wants to put these energy workers out of a job. It's a disgrace, but it's what she said in her own words, and we've got a record of success to run on. We just have to keep on doing it.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is very important. So with 56 days, but we have early voting. We're 1 week away where early voting starts here in Pennsylvania. You're spending a lot of time in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Sure.
And one has to wonder, you know, to what extent has her past statements and radical positions penetrated the consciousness of the American people?
Look, I think they've penetrated a little bit, and it's our job over the remaining 56 days of the campaign. You're right, early voting starts in just a couple of weeks. It's our job to make it penetrate.
In a week.
John, we have to do this every single day. We have to remind the American people of what she said. Look, this is not complicated. We just have to tell the truth. Kamala Harris wanted to ban fracking. She wanted to defund the police. She said it all on video. We just have to remind people of what she said. And by the way, Sean, it's not just reminding people what she said. It's reminding what Donald Trump did and has plans to do again. We had prosperity, we had peace, we had the American dream that started to feel alive again thanks to Donald Trump's leadership. Sean, you know I believe this. I think we've got the best workers, the best history and cultural traditions in the world. We've got the best natural resources in the most beautiful country. We have got failed leadership that is ruining our great inheritance as a country. We just need better leadership. It's that simple. Good to see you, man.
Senator, good to see you. Appreciate it. We'll be seeing you out on the campaign trail. All right, one issue that did get a lot of attention from ABC's far-left moderators was the weaponization of our Department of Justice. Donald Trump still made it a point of emphasis. Take a look.
Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
All right, joining us now, someone who knows firsthand about the weaponization of justice, live from the spin room, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Great to see you. How are you?
Good to see you, Sean.
You left your party, a party that was near and dear to your father, to your uncle. I think it has no resemblance to the Democratic Party today. And this is the frustrating part about tonight, the radicalization, the views stated by Kamala. You know, they weren't asked by the moderators. To me, it was a failed opportunity. I think the American people were failed tonight.
Yeah, I was disappointed by the evident bias of the moderators, who were fact-checking constantly, kind of trivialities by President Trump, but didn't, as far as I saw, they didn't fact-check Vice President Harris a single time. But you're right, Sean, the party that I grew up in doesn't exist anymore. The party of Robert Kennedy and John Kennedy was a party of peace. It was the party of resisting the corporate subversion of American democracy. It was the party of civil rights and constitutional rights, particularly censorship, very opposed to censorship and surveillance. It was the party of protecting the most vulnerable people in our society, including particularly children. Today, the Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of censorship. It's the party of surveillance. We saw Dick Cheney and John Bolton endorse, along with 255 neocons, endorse Vice President Harris this week. They came out of exile, where they were sent after the Patriot Act. They were sent after the war in Iraq, the biggest foreign policy debacle in American history. And they're not endorsing Vice President Harris because they've changed their minds. They're endorsing her because she represents their worldview: more censorship, more war, more surveillance, and less liberty and constitutional rights.
You learned a lot in the course of your campaign. They talk about democracy in peril, but everything, the entire force of the Democratic establishment, if you will, they just went in for the political, death of your campaign. They did not want you to get to. They didn't want you to get at first base.
That's the other ballot. That's the other thing, is that they've abandoned democracy. The Democratic Party is now about centralized control. It's about losing faith in the demos, the people, and about abolishing elections, abolishing our ability to hear different points of view, to hear dissent. In my case, of course, they got rid of the primaries. They literally abolished many of the primaries so that President Biden wouldn't have to debate me, wouldn't have to run against me.
Let me dip in. I guess Kamala's at one of her watch parties or something. I don't know what she's saying. Let's just dip in for a second.
And let me just say that I think we all know that tonight was a night that highlights something that you all have been working so hard on. We have folks here who have been knocking on doors. Well, you know. But we have a lot of work to do, okay? And tonight, I think, highlighted for the American people what's at stake. I started the debate by talking about it, and it became apparent, I think, throughout that about an hour and a half, that
So obviously she's going to go out there and her team. The thing that I learned about her tonight is, you know, being hidden away for days and days and days on end. You can learn your rehearsed lines, and it doesn't matter if you tell the truth because she wasn't fact-checked. She told a lot of lies about Trump in 2025, lies about mandatory gun buybacks, which she did support, lying about fracking, lying about a national abortion ban that Donald Trump doesn't support. And, you know, it's hard when you've got 3-on-1 like that. But that's what I expect. She's been in this campaign 50 days. We only have 56 days till Election Day, but early voting, for example, I've been pointing out tonight, starts right here 1 week from tonight. There's a lot of information about her stated views in her own words that people don't know about. What would you advise the Trump people to do to get that out?
Here was the most telling part of the debate to me, which she didn't get fact-checked on. The first question, are Americans better off than they were 4 years ago? There's no metric that you can use to make that case. And she was allowed to then go and give this kind of biographical sketch of herself without ever asking that question, and they never demanded that she ask it. Today, we have double the inflation that we had under President Trump.
Yeah.
We have
All right, hang on 1 second. President Trump is in the spin room, and let's listen in. Do we have audio of that?
Foreign trade was everything, and I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. Phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know. Why wouldn't you look at her? The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%.
Where are you getting these numbers from?
Very good. But beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country. They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. It was a very interesting.
Did she get under your skin, sir?
So confident you won tonight. Why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I made an opportunity.
That's the last word, Trump. Good job.
But it was I thought it was a great night.
What about Taylor Swift?
What do you actually say to endorsement of Kamala Harris?
I have no idea.
Mr. President,
Will you debate Harris again?
Republicans are complaining about moderators. Does that mean it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair to moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that they
Mr. President,
why not a second debate?
I assume the moderators would be there. That right there is the worst of all the
Mr. President,
why not a second debate?
She wants a second debate because she lost tonight very bad. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look,
If she lost, will you do it? Will you do it?
The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% are like 24 or 25.
Mr. President, did she get under your skin?
President Trump, over here. President Trump.
Stop pushing.
All right, Joe, we can't really hear a lot of it. I've just been told President Trump may make his way over here and join us live, which would be great. But first, we have the free state of Florida governor, my governor, Ron DeSantis, is with us. Governor DeSantis, great to have you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, Sean. Good to see you.
You know, you kind of had your own little version of a kind of big moment debate with Gavin Newsom, which I thought was a lot of fun for me to be able to be a part of and moderate. These debates are interesting. I would argue that was far more substantive than Kamala Harris and cliches and no questions about the most radical positions any one person has ever taken in her life. And that, to me, is a failure of ABC. I think they're the biggest loser of everybody tonight, and they did a disservice to the American people because there's so much that they did not ask her that we need answers to. Do you still support the Green New Deal? That would destroy capitalism. Do you still support, government-run health care for all? It would eliminate private health insurance. Do you still support, free housing, health care, education, and sex change operations for illegals? No fracking, no drilling, defund, dismantle. I mean, there's so much there. I'm at this point getting frustrated that nobody will pin her down or even ask her. That's frustrating to me.
Well, right. I mean, there's different ways you can moderate. When CNN did the debate with Biden and Trump, I'll give Dana Bash and Tapper credit. They asked questions. They got out of the way. They were substantive. They really weren't biased. And for CNN, I think a lot of people were surprised. This one, they only asked the follow-ups to Donald Trump to try to pin him down. They tried to fact-check him, but fact-checking him on things that he was right on, like some of the late-term abortion laws in some of the liberal states. Donald Trump was right about that, and they incorrectly fact-checked him. They never fact-checked Kamala Harris. She repeated lies like the Charlottesville fine people hoax and other things. Never called her to account. But you're right, Sean. From the very first question, she was asked, are Americans better off today than they were 4 years ago? She did not answer the question. She started rambling on about growing up in a middle-class family, which I'm sure is nice, but that doesn't answer why you have been in power for 3.5 years and Americans are worse off. They did not pin her down and ask follow-up questions on all her flip-flops. She acts like she's always been a big supporter of fracking, never addressed her open borders past. And so, yes, it was a 3-on-1 debate. It was disappointing that she didn't have her feet held to the fire by the moderators. They went out of their way to try to do that to Donald Trump. But I think people that take away from this debate, even with all that, Donald Trump is the candidate that's going to change things. Kamala Harris is the candidate that, as President Trump said in his closing statement, she's been there 3.5 years. Why hasn't she fixed any of these problems during that time? She does not have an answer to that question.
It doesn't. But, at some point, isn't it really the moderators, isn't that their job? I mean, if you say you want a $93 trillion Green New Deal and you're going to eliminate the filibuster to pass it, shouldn't we ask that? If you want to mandate, government health care and eliminate private insurance, shouldn't that have come up in this debate? If you want sex change operations paid for by taxpayers for convicted criminals and illegal immigrants, don't you think that would come up in a debate?
Yeah, well, it was all about looking at all this stuff through a left-of-center prism. So they were hitting Trump on, of course, January 6th. They were hitting Trump on some of his statements about holding people accountable. All these different things, that's right out of what a left-of-center person would do. They never hit her from the right. She took more liberal positions when she ran for president than Bernie Sanders did on a wide variety of issues. And yet they acted like that wasn't even worth bringing up, especially as she's trying to present herself to the American people as someone much different than the U.S. senator who took all those very left-wing positions, whether it's abolishing private health insurance, whether it's abolishing fracking, or whether it's paying for, with taxpayer dollars, as you mentioned, Sean, sex change operations for illegal aliens. You've got to be kidding me, and yet they never broach those subjects in a serious way.
All right, Governor DeSantis, we appreciate you being with us. Joining us now is RNC co-chair Laura Trump. There is a chance, I think your father-in-law is making his way over here if he can get through the mob.
Crazier things have happened, Sean, so we'll see, yes.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, you watched the debate. Let's get your overall view.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3-on-1. It was sort of what we expected. Kamala Harris got up there. She lied. She brought up Project 2025, not just once, but multiple times, knowing full well that's something Donald Trump has disavowed. He says, I had nothing to do with it. And unfortunately for the American people, I don't think there was anything they took away from this debate tonight that was substantive. There wasn't an opportunity for, there to be a debate about how is your life going to be better if one of these two people is in the White House. Now, Donald Trump, fortunately, has been president for 4 years, and he was able to remind people how much better off their life was and how much worse off you are right now while Kamala Harris is in the White House. But 3-on-1, what we expected, and a lot of platitudes, not a lot of information from Kamala.
Yeah, you look at it from so many different angles, and as I've been bringing it up throughout the night tonight, I mean, all these radical positions, she's gone 50-plus days without answering those questions. We have early voting starting in this state in a week. And is this something that you have to communicate through ads? Is this something that, they're saying that they want a second debate. I don't know if I trust anything that they say, to be honest. I mean, she told a lot of lies tonight about President Trump.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they didn't fact check a single one of those, Sean. Imagine that. Look, Donald Trump would love another debate. He would love 3 debates because that's traditional what you do for presidential elections. Obviously, we know that that's probably not going to happen. But what we're going to do is we're going to have to talk to the American people. And guess who's here? Donald Trump himself came because he couldn't actually talk to the American people.
You're going to take your time, but I hate
yeah,
that.
that's okay. He can have it.
All right, we'll talk with President Trump in just a second, but the former president called out Kamala's election year flip-flops and even joked about sending her a MAGA hat. Take a look.
We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country.
Mr. President. I feel good.
All right, joining us now, he's on the set in the spin room himself. Did you have fun?
I had a good time. I think it was our best debate ever. I thought it was really good. We had 3 against 1, but I anticipated.
Let's talk about that. 3 against 1, and all of her radical positions they leave on the table.
Yeah. No, we had a lot of negative kind of stuff. Look, I saw on your show last night, they had 100% positive coverage on ABC. And I had 94% negative coverage.
93% negative.
I exaggerate.
You got an extra percent non-negative. As you were with her tonight, to think that we come out of this debate and we have no answer to her co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, yeah. I say the end of capitalism, to come out of this, government-run health care and no answer to eliminating private health insurance.
Well, we brought them all up. Every one of the things that we brought it all up. And I also ended with, why hasn't she done it before? Why didn't she fix, she's there complaining. Why didn't she fix all these things that she's
willing to leave the stage and go home if she was going to go fix it in Washington?
No, you know what? I would have left. I would have said, go home and fix it. I'll leave with you, okay? But she doesn't, she's not going to fix it. So she's complaining about all the stuff that's wrong with the country, and they've been there for 3.5 years. And I wanted to save that for my last little summation. And I actually mentioned in there, too. I just thought it was a great debate. I think we showed the weakness. But the sad part is they're destroying our country. When you get right down to it. Debate, good debate. I enjoyed it. But it's a very sad thing because our country is in decline. We are really being laughed at all over the world. And that's tough to take.
Do you think it's strange that somebody could support something as radical as sex change operations paid for by taxpayers for convicts and illegal immigrants, and for illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education, and not get asked a question about it?
But I brought it up.
You did bring it up.
Of course, they weren't so happy when I brought it up, but I brought it up. I brought up the fact that they're doing sex change operations on illegal immigrants. And those are expensive operations, and they shouldn't be done for a lot of reasons.
There were a lot of things said that weren't true about you tonight, that you would support a national abortion ban.
Yeah.
You've never said that.
I never said
that you support Project 25.
Correct.
You never read it? I don't even know what it is either.
I don't want to read it.
Okay, number two, that she said in 2000, I took back my position on banning fracking.
Yep.
No, CNN fact-checked that and said no. The mandatory gun buyback at the end of the debate, she lied about that too.
That's right. That's right.
And you
She
did
wants
call
to
her out for a lot of
confiscate.
that.
I called her out on everything that you said. I think I got everything out. Now, with all of that being said, I was amazed because I really thought they'd be fair. I have to say, CNN a few weeks ago was sort of fair against Biden. Yeah. But this one was stacked. I figured it would be after watching 100% positive coverage of her. And she's done a terrible job as vice president. And look, she's the worst vice president we've ever had. She was the border czar, the worst border ever in the history of the world, not just in our country. And he's the worst president we've ever had.
So she's
Sean, they're destroying our country.
I'm very aware. And if we look at her tax plan, which is, okay, price gauging or gouging, and the largest tax increase not only in American history but world history, her campaign is saying tonight, Washington Post is reporting, that she wants a second debate. What's your answer?
Because she lost. She wants it because she lost.
Do you have an answer?
Well, I don't know. I have to think about it. But if you won the debate, I sort of think maybe I shouldn't do it. Why should I do another debate? She immediately said, we want another debate. That's, you know what happens when you're a prize fighter and you lose? You immediately want a new fight.
You want a rematch.
You want a rematch. The guy that won is sort of happy and thinking about it.
Would you be inclined to say yes, or you
Maybe
don't
if
know?
it was on a fair network, I would do that. But
I think let Hannity moderate it.
Yeah, no, I think
like
that
I
would be
did
fair.
Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
I think it would be fair. You would be fair, actually.
I would be
you
fair.
want to know the truth.
I'd let you both talk. I'd let you go at each other.
I thought they would be fair. They weren't, but I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
We have the best policy. She has no policy.
You know, one thing that interested me, because I've known you for a long time, and one of the things that I was watching in you tonight is that you were all business. You know, a lot of times when you're at your rallies or we do a town hall.
Sean, they're destroying our country.
Is that what it was? Is it the seriousness of the moment?
There's nothing to smile about. You know, I'm a good smiler, but there's nothing to smile about. They're destroying. We have 21 million people that have been released into our country, and many of them are criminals and terrorists and people
Laken
from
Riley,
mental institutions.
Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungary.
All dead.
I list all these names on the show of people murdered, people raped, people victims of violent crime, names a lot of people never heard of. You've called Laken Riley's family.
I did. I was with them. I was with them.
Who else you've met other families? You met the families of
I met them all.
Afghanistan.
Nungary. I met.
You met Nungary's family.
Yeah, I met 5 or 6 of them. Not even talking about the 13 soldiers that were killed in Afghanistan, the families of the 13 soldiers, which Biden won't even talk to, and he's the one that caused their death. Just as if he had a pistol in his hand, he and her caused their death. Just as if literally they had a gun in their hand.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. When you're in a situation like that, what is going through your mind? What goes on behind the scenes? How do you prepare for your debates?
Well, I think I always say I've been preparing all my life for these debates. You know, you can't go in like she did. She goes into a room and she memorized lines, more or less. I thought I got one cute one. I'm talking when I said, I'm talking, when she started interrupting me.
Well, she said that to Mike Pence.
I wanted to get even for that. You know, that was not very nice what she did. But no, I thought it was, we're getting great reviews.
It's interesting that one line that really stuck out, that did make me laugh out loud, is when you said you're going to send her a MAGA hat. There are a lot of positions now, all of a sudden, she's come over to your side. She's been against the border wall. She's been against...
There's only one problem.
Yeah.
If she ever won, immediately from the day after that election, everything would go back to confiscate your guns and forget about oil and everything else. You know, they were cutting back on oil way back. They got rid of Anwar, the biggest oil site perhaps in the world, in Alaska. They did things that are so bad and so destructive, but energy prices started doubling up. And she immediately went back to the Trump plan. But I would have been now 4 times higher than they are right now, because that was 3.5 years ago.
Right.
When she cut everything out. She went to wind and went to all this other stuff that doesn't work from an economic standpoint and even a visual standpoint. I don't get the wind. You take these gorgeous plains and deserts and all this stuff, they put these windmills up, they go up like a 30-story building in some cases. They destroy everything, they cut out all, and the environmentalists say, aren't they wonderful? But it's the most expensive form of energy, and it's never going to do for our country.
So if we look at the issues on the economy, on immigration, on law and order, on energy, and America's role in the world, is there anything you can point to that you would say they have been successful on?
No, they have been unsuccessful at everything. And even the economy, I said, as part of the economy, you've let 21 million people, more than that, I think, with all the gotaways. That's killing our economy.
Terrorists, and we do have the murders and the rapes and the violent crimes.
Oh, and you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till you see it in the months to come.
You know what scares me, and I've said this on the air, is by having open borders, unvetted illegal immigrants, that I don't think it's a matter of if, I think it's a matter of when that this country is going to be attacked.
If you look at Springfield, Ohio, look at what's happening there. You look at Aurora in Colorado, these beautiful little towns and little cities, small cities, they're being taken over by illegal migrants. I mean, they're people that poured in, and they have weapons like our military doesn't have. You know, they have AK-47s, they have weapons like our military doesn't have. And, you know, some sheriff in one of these towns where he's got 2 deputies and they're not into this. There's no way they can protect the people from this. But look at what's going on in Springfield today. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
We really appreciate it. I know your people are calling for you to roll. What made you come to the spin room?
I just felt I wanted to. I was very happy with the result. It's a very unfair situation. They've weaponized our government politically, so, I mean, that's unfair. And I just felt we had a great night. And I'd come over here. I actually gave a little bit of a news conference. We were swarmed.
Oh, by the way, I could hear it. You were interrupting my show, by the way, just for the record.
I had to come over and do yours. I would hate like heck to leave here, and I didn't do
No, I would be mad. I would take that as a personal offense.
I would have been in big trouble.
All right, so no answer on their offer for a second debate.
Again, the reason you do a second debate is if you lose, and they lost. And we looked at one poll. It was 92-7.
Yeah.
We looked at another one, 86-3.
Wow.
I mean, we have all of these results coming in, but I'll think about it. You know, it's very quick.
Mr. President, thank you for taking time. We really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. By the way, tomorrow, by the way, you're going to be on Fox and Friends tomorrow.
I am indeed, 6:45 in the morning.
Oh, boy.
And then I'm going down to...
You're going to get a lot of sleep tonight.
Then I'm going down to the World Trade Center to honor the people that died. September 11th.
You know what scares me? We have known terrorists in the country.
Yeah.
And we don't know where they are. And we don't even know about the gotaways.
More than we've ever had before, times 10.
Scary.
Yep, scary.
All right. President Trump will be on Fox and Friends tomorrow morning. We'll have with more reaction to the debate from tonight. Be sure to tune in as we continue. We're live. We're in Philadelphia. We're in the spin room. 1 week from today, early voting in Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, as we continue.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic. I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
That's about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
You know what's crazy?
That this is better than cooking at home? I mean, more affordable than groceries.
Of course.
Good.
Groceries are expensive.
Thought I was in trouble there for a sec.
Oh, you are.
We've moved so far away from the Constitution that in many ways we don't even recognize it.
In Hillsdale College's most popular online
I will
course,
do
Constitution
another live at
101,
5.
distinguished politics professors teach you the meaning
Oh,
and
5
history of
a.m.
the Constitution, how it's been undermined, and what it will take to restore it. Absolutely free at learnfromhillsdale.org. You'll learn the principles of American government, discover how the founders established the freest and most prosperous nation in history, see the ways we have moved beyond the Constitution in the past, and how we face a new crisis posed by the rise of the bureaucratic state.
We think that we're becoming more advanced by abandoning the Constitution and adopting something like an administrative state, that the administrative state intrudes upon even the minutest aspects of people's lives.
When you learn the facts about the Constitution and see that its principles are just as important today as when first written, you'll understand why we must fight to recover it for future generations.
Almost everybody in America, even people of very different perspectives, senses there's something deeply wrong with our political life. Recovery of the earlier constitutional understanding, I believe it's useful to help guide us, but at the very least, we have to understand it.
This exceptional content is available to you now. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today. When you sign up, you'll enjoy 12 easy-to-follow lessons and be able to separate truth from fiction regarding the Constitution. Join more than 1 million Americans who've taken Constitution 101 or enjoy one of the many other course opportunities by signing up for free today.
You know, this course really does help you understand our protections and what this country is founded on.
I was really humbled by how much of history I'd forgotten. Everyone really needs to take this course.
To start your journey discovering the Constitution free of charge, go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Tubi is proud to be free for the teachers illuminating the minds of our children. But it's also free for kids who skip class to throw rocks at windows. Because Tubi is free for everyone, and we mean everyone.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing's changed at all?
Incredible!
The stage is set. There are clues everywhere.
What the heck is that?
I always wrap it up.
You guys are all missing the biggest clue.
I'm stumped right now.
Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Guy's got everything in the world. Why do it? Tommy, why?
Yeah, Tommy. Why don't you lay on a beach getting fat on pina coladas? Why not buy a soccer team? Got one. Dude, why would they ask why? What are they even talking about? Kid. What they're really asking is, why don't you quit football? They don't understand that you live and breathe for football. Because you're Tom freaking Brady.
And one day, you'll be the greatest there ever was.
Back to work.
Tracking Francine.
Storm surge, the warnings are up.
As the powerful storm heads up the Gulf Coast, what can the region expect and how are residents preparing? Fox Weather is on the ground with up-to-the-minute reports. Stay with us for continuing coverage.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, good. Joining us now with more on tonight's debate, well, we have two senators from South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, former 20. You all had more time scheduled, but Donald Trump stole it. What are you going to do? Lindsey, we're making you stand, so we're going to put you up first.
Well, this is the only time I'll ever be tall. I'm still not taller than him, and he's sitting down. Terribly moderated debate, 3 against 1.
Oh, it was awful.
The best closing in presidential debate history. If you could have done it, why didn't you do it? One thing I wish we'd have done a little bit better is I gave you the most secure border in 40 years. When I left, mortgage rates were below 3%. Gas was $1.87. We're energy independent. We're getting the Arabs and the Israelis making peace, and you screwed it all up. and you're never going to fix it.
It's amazing how much we don't know about her radical positions after this debate, because ABC sucked that bad.
Yes.
They did.
They really did.
In every position she's ever had, it's like a jailhouse Jesus conversion. What she believed before, she doesn't believe again. I look at it as a Kamala the BC. Before the convention, she was absolutely opposed to fracking. The energy industry has been decimated under this administration. Think about the border.
Why would she said she changed the position in 2000?
Yes, 100%. It wasn't just that, though. The border, she now wants a wall. They've allowed the greatest invasion in the history of our country to pour across our southern border.
The people in South Carolina, I am sure, have no problem with free housing, health care, education, and sex change operations for illegal aliens and convicted felons. I mean, how do you not ask that question? How do you not ask it?
We need moderators that are not an extension of the Kamala Harris for President campaign.
That's true. So, you know, I'm always going to give it to you straight. So a few things I would say is, did she exceed the very low expectations that were set for her? Yes, she did. That being said, if you were going to fact check one candidate, you can't not, or perceived fact check, some of those weren't even real fact checks, you have to apply the same standard to the other candidate. They absolutely failed to do that tonight. I do think the strongest moment for either candidate that'll matter 3 weeks from now is actually Donald Trump being crystal clear on his position on abortion. Kamala Harris and their campaign have consistently been stating outright, as though it's a fact, that he would sign a federal abortion ban. He did a good job tonight saying that this is an issue for the states. It's an issue where different Republicans may even differ. But he got a chance to make his position known on one of the issues where Democrats were trying to hang Republicans out to dry. And I thought he excelled at that. It's the most underappreciated part of tonight.
I actually think you're right on the money here, because I think the reason we didn't have the red wave in 2022 was because of that issue. And it was demagogued to death and lied about. And what do you think some of the best moments were?
His closing.
What?
His closing.
Yeah.
Everything you say you're going to do to make our country better, you've had 3.5 years. Where have you been?
Why don't you go back to Washington tonight?
Why don't you go do something while you're still in power? We're a nation in decline. He made the case we're going in the wrong direction, and he nailed it at the end by saying, you're all talk. You're not going to pass a bill to restore Roe v. Wade.
That was a good moment, too.
You're not. You're all talk.
He's already done it. You know the numbers as well as anybody. You're brilliant. The lowest unemployment rate for demographic groups all across the country under his 4 years. The poorest Americans had their wages growing faster than the richest Americans. We saw funding for HBCUs hit a record number under Donald Trump. Here's a president that created more than 7 million jobs, 2/3 going to women and minorities. But beyond that, a 9% raise for our military. The President of the United States is a strong commander-in-chief. No ground wars in Europe, no forced invasion in Israel. We need 4 more years of Donald Trump.
I look at the situation on the border. Free housing, health care, education, and sex change operations, but more importantly, we have all these dead Americans. It's not just Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and Jocelyn Nungary. It is dozens and dozens of murdered Americans, raped Americans, violent crimes against Americans, the cost to Americans, and we have known terrorists in the country. Now, Lindsay, I bring this up to you, and I see your face go white every time. It is, how is every American not, like, wanting that border secure?
So I thought on the substance, Trump nailed it on the abortion question, but my favorite moment of the debate was actually on this question.
Why?
Where the essence of this debate was Kamala Harris's words versus her action. Actions speak louder than words. And where I think Donald Trump nailed it was that moment in the debate where he looked at her and said, why don't we just end this now? You go back to Washington, D.C., and you and your boss either sign a bill or sign an executive action closing the border now. Is that more important than anything we could have said tonight? They don't need legislation. And I think the way he highlighted that almost gets to the philosophical core of tonight's debate. Right. It's all talk. You have the chance to go with action to actually solve that problem, and you're not. For me, I thought that was the single most powerful moment where he landed on the single most important issue in this election, which is mass illegal migration into the country.
And we didn't even get to our high taxes, unrealized capital gains. There's so much on the table.
Tomorrow is 9/11 in about 30-something seconds. I've never been more worried about another 9/11 for two reasons. Our withdrawal from Afghanistan put us every terrorism on steroids, and a broken border.
All right, guys, good to see you all. Appreciate it. That's all the time we have left this evening. Back at our normal time, 9 Eastern tomorrow. Stay with the Fox News channel. Continuing coverage of tonight's presidential debate. Trace Gallagher takes it from here.
Good evening. I'm Trace Gallagher. It's midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock here in Los Angeles, and this is a...
That is a wrap, people. We love you, both Donald J. Trump, November 5th. I want to get another debate or not. Let's see how it goes. Stay wise. We love you. God loves you. And good night from ZhpXnews.